Live from twitch.tv and youtube.com, it's Vtuber Talk. Tonight's guest is Nemu. And now, not very good at whispering, here's your host, Jay. Hello and welcome to Vtuber Talk. I'm your host Jay and thank you so much for joining us this evening. For those of you who haven't been here before, Vtuber Talk is designed after classic late night talk shows. Everything here is live, casual, and the goal is to simply have fun conversations that will entertain people who are already familiar with the guest while still being accessible to new fans. Please welcome my guest for this evening, Nemu.
Hi. Welcome. How are you guys?
Hi, Nemu. I'm so excited to have you here tonight. For folks who might not be familiar with you, if you could introduce yourself.
I am GentleGF. I can also
Sorry,
go
you're,
by Gentle.
Sorry, I think we're having just a little bit of mic issues. We were fine a second ago, I swear.
Yeah, right?
It was just cutting out a little bit. Try that once more, so sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay. Oh my gosh. I am GentleGF. I go by Gentle or Nemu, either way. I am fine with both. I do a lot of ASMR and voice acting. I'm on YouTube and here on Twitch. And a bunch of other places, but yeah, I do a lot of ASMR and stuff. I do a lot of voice acting. If any of you guys are familiar with Genshin, I was really active in the Genshin Impact fan base for many years when I did play. I did a lot of voice acting, impressions, and whatnot, and yeah. Now I don't do that as much anymore, but I have lots of OCs and whatnot, and yeah.
And you still do a lot of ASMR. I was actually counting on your YouTube channel, not including like ASMR streams, just going by recorded ASMR, produced ASMR videos. I was just scrolling and it kept going and I lost track somewhere. I think it was almost 250 if my counting of the rows, because I gave up counting on the individual videos. All right, 4 per video is like 4, 12 seconds, 24 seconds. Oh my gosh, it keeps going. I'm pretty sure it's over 200 at this point. Do you have an exact number?
Oh my gosh, an exact number? I would say you're probably about right. I would be estimating myself, to be honest. Really and truly, I mean, I do one every week, and there's some times where I will do special occasions and I'll do multiple a week. So, yeah, it's added up over the years. It really has.
We actually had not just multiple in a week, but multiple in a day this past weekend, both for special occasions of their own sort. There was a live relay and also a pre-recorded relay, and you participated in both of those. Can you tell us a little about those? And I actually have a couple things in mind also about some of them as well.
Of course, I did. I participated in 2 ASMR relays this past Saturday. One was a Monster Girl Island theme, and I chose to do a bit of a self-collab with 2 mermaids. So I voiced 2 different mermaids, and that was the general theme. It was really fun. It's always a lot of fun to do voice acting with myself. It's a bit of a challenge, but I think the end result is really worth all the extra effort and whatnot. And then I also did, as you said, the live ASMR relay, and that was a schoolgirl themed. So the concept for mine was you get on the bus and you're going back home from school, and you sit next to who you find out to be from a rival school. And it turns out she's really nice and she's really chill. And she also is an ASMR artist, and so she lets you listen to what she makes with her headphones, and it's really nice. It felt very natural. I really enjoyed that one as well. I was very nervous, though.
Yeah. I saw the Double Mermaid one at first, and I had to do a double take because I guess she did a collaborative one for that, because there's, I think, some 30-ish ASMR artists that participated in the Monster Island event. So at first I was thinking, all right, she chose to do one with somebody else. And then I looked at it again and was like, oh, wait, this is one of the OCs, and it's a recurring OC from several of your other ASMR videos.
Yep. Yeah, so I voice acted both of them. They're both my original characters. There was myself, Nemu, and there was also Valerie, which is my Valley girl. And yeah, I have lots of OCs, so I like to, do different themes. I have, myself. I'm like the sleepy, the really nice one. Nemu's very kind, a little clumsy, but she's really cool. Then there's Valerie, which is the one that we saw in that one. She's the cool girl. She's popular. She's fashionable. She's smart. She's nice. She's kind of like the Barbie of the channel. I really like dressing her up in like different outfits and giving her fun topics. I also have a tomboy character. Her name is Marnie, and she's rough and tumble. She has deeper voice. She's really cool. She's weird, but she's cool. I have Leonora, which is a vampire. She's very sultry. She's very demanding. She's very much like I'm in charge here. That kind of character. And then I have Rocky, and she is the newest to the Gentle family. She is a Neko Guardian. She's a little cat girl, and we love her. She's a little baby. She's so cute.
I've had a number of ASM artists on the show over the years. I don't know if I've had someone, though, that has a roster, quote unquote, of characters that most folks will either have themselves as their individual character or that they might have different scenarios where they have sort of one-off characters. But you have, from what I can tell, some one-off characters, but like you're mentioning, this roster of recurring characters, I suppose, for lack of a better term.
Yep, they are the Gentle family, and we see them pretty regularly on my channel. And like you said, I do have some one-offs every now and again. That's actually originally how Rocky got to be a thing, an official character. She was from a one-off idea, and people really liked her. And I was like, well, okay, that settles it. She'll hop on the channel. She'll be here. So yeah. She's in rotation.
Yeah, I can definitely envision how that would happen pretty naturally, that you have one-offs for a time, but then you find this one design that either you or hopefully both you and the listeners really resonate with and realize, okay, let's run this one back. Let's use them again. And it continues to be received well, and that you then, okay, we have this one, and then you have these profiles for each of them, so it doesn't mean that you necessarily have to use them every time, but I think it's really cool that you have sort of carved out relative niches for each of them, and that you're able to develop, I don't know if full-on characters necessarily would be the proper phrasing, though it might be, but that you have the different areas, then all right, I'm doing a more sultry one, and that if you, as Gentle, aren't necessarily feeling that you might be able to lean into it with the character whose persona does fit it.
So you're right in the sense they are like fully individual characters. They're not just, oh, here's a face and a voice. They do have their lore, which I actually was talking about earlier today on stream.
Ooh.
Yeah, they all have their own lore. It's not fully fledged out, but I have the basics for pretty much all of them, and it's really fun. It's really fun. I love when people ask me questions like about my OCs. It feels kind of like a dream of like a writer. Like, hey, tell me more about this thing you made. I'm like, oh heck yeah, let's go.
If you don't mind a bit of behind the curtain here, and you can say no, do you have any documents of keeping track of lore, or just, okay, this is something that we've had for this character, or just to keep things sort of documented for yourself?
I mean, I feel like it's pretty natural for an artist to start with some scribbles on random notes of paper, random pieces of paper, a little fact on a napkin every now and again. But I have collected most of them and put them into a couple of documents. I have one on my phone, I have a couple on my computer, and really it's just whichever one is closest. If I have an idea, I'm like, I need to put this down. I need to get this on paper.
Yep, I'm definitely familiar with that. Okay, I have a good idea. I do not trust myself to remember it. Write it down now.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, because I have horrible memory.
Do you have things that have been in these notes that you haven't used yet?
Oh well, plenty. This is so funny. We were really just discussing this earlier today on my
'Cause I
earlier
know you had a stream
stream.
earlier today. I was not tuning into it, I swear.
That's so funny. No, no. We went over some deeper lore for Rocky, the cat girl, along with Leonora, which are two characters. Those are the two newest. And so there's not a lot known about them. Generally speaking, Leonora is a vampire, or vampiric elf, if we want to, be super specific. But we know what she sounds like, and we know that she's mean and she's evil. And I mean, yeah, she is, but she has a backstory too, and it's really sad. And it's like, oh no, the evil character is making me. I feel bad for her now.
Oh no, I care about the villain.
Right. And because I don't know, I made her. I actually designed her before I even had a voice for her. And yeah, or so the other way around. I had the voice before I had the design. So the first audio I ever did with that voice is actually just Nemu dressed up as a vampire.
Oh.
But yeah, so now she has like her own look, her own story, and I think that's really cool. We went over that earlier. A lot of people were like, "Oh, what? Wait a minute, no, I'm sad."
The gentle ASMR universe.
Yeah, the Gentleverse. That's what we've been calling it for a little while now. Every now and again, we're like, "Who's the next? Who's the next one?"
That's actually about the next thing I was going to ask. Do you have concepts for characters written down that haven't been used yet? I'm not going to ask what those concepts are. Don't want to spoil anything, but do you have characters waiting in the wings?
I have so many designs. I love designing characters. The problem I run into is I don't know if I have a voice for them. And then I feel bad because I want to make sure each character gets, their own thing. I don't want it to be like, oh, this is a cool design, but the voice kind of sounds basically like this other character,
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, I have, probably like 15 characters just scribbled on paper, and like things that I want to, make them look like, descriptions and stuff like that. So they're floating around and I happen upon them and I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about Roxanne. What's she doing here?
And this definitely makes sense because you mentioned to me that you initially got into ASMR via script writing and a desire to do voice acting.
Yes, I've always been a writer, so I started writing scripts. It just felt right, And then I was like, wait a minute, I can voice these too. Oh, that's so sick.
So it makes sense that you would end up having the interest in writing these different characters and that you'd be leaning into the different voices, but at the same time have this level of care that you were saying you don't want to add too many characters at risk of them sounding too similar, that even the most flexible of voice actors have, a certain range and that you don't want things to end up sounding too similar.
Right, precisely. I'm always like, should I make this character, like, what is their personality? What do I think suits them, And sometimes I'm like, I don't have that voice. And that stinks. Like, I love those characters still, but you can't win them all.
Yeah.
So.
And even if you don't have a voice right now, that it might be something that somewhere along the line that you sort of stumble into it, whether it's, if I add this small bit of flair or this slight angle to it, that now it actually becomes a more distinct voice and that you have these concepts written so you're able to be of that mindset, I suppose, if you are able to stumble into things.
Yeah. So, I never want to make a character feel super one-dimensional. I think something that really makes my character shine is the fact that they're all so unique and they all have, different things about them. It feels like you are watching a video about a different person, and I love that. It makes me so happy that I can, flesh out characters and make them feel so real. And it's so fun, and I never want to take that away from a character, so there's some that'll probably never be shown off. I just can't do them justice.
Now, I was looking through, like I said, your very extensive catalog of ASMR videos, and one that caught my eye because I'd been playing this game very recently was a Ace Attorney one, which isn't Ace Attorney at first glance, but if you know, you know. It is the Clown Girl Lets You Honk Her Horn ASMR, because that is a character from, I believe it is Apollo Justice, Spirit of Justice, I think?
Something like that.
Or
I just remember one of the really big. That's why I did that one.
So, have you played the Phoenix Wright games, or did you just see that character because that character has been known for being just a very large ballooned clown is the phrasing they use in the game. So
No, it was at the time. That's when the Speedo animation came out, where it was the whole meme, and I was at the time. I was in the process of a move, so I didn't have a lot of time, and I was like, I need ideas. I need quick, hot ideas to put out and schedule, so I can move without having to worry about recording while I move. And that's also why that one is so short. It really was more of a meme. But yeah, I saw it and I was like, one, her design is cute. I think it's cute.
Yeah.
But also I was like, this is funny. The people will like this.
Yeah, I hadn't actually noticed at first glance. It does clock in at a relatively short 4 minutes and 15 seconds, whereas most of the ones you have are usually anywhere from like 10 to 20 minutes. Do you know offhand what your shortest and longest recorded ASMRs are, not including the Clown Girl one?
I want to say there's one I recorded that was like, I think it was like 30-something minutes. Of course, not including live ASMR, because that goes on for much longer. But yeah, I want to say probably just over 30 minutes was one of the longer ones I've done. And I mean, the scripts for those get to be kind of insane, and it's you have to worry about pacing as well.
Yeah.
So the shortest is honestly, it's probably that one. It's probably that one is my shortest ASMR.
You were mentioning, obviously, when it gets to these longer ones, be they 20 or 30 minutes, that the scripts naturally end up being longer as well. The consistency that you mentioned of having at least one every week, that's kind of mind-boggling, not just from all right, you're taking the time to record these things perspective, but the writing perspective as well. Do you write essentially all of your ASMR recordings, or do you find scripts online?
No, I do a majority of my script writing. I would say like 99. I'm gonna give you the the hand sanitizer answer. 99.9% of my scripts are written by me.
Essentially, there's probably one or two in there that isn't.
Yes, so there's every once in a while I will do a commission where the person commissioning me will provide a script, and so I take that, and that's obviously not my work, but there's some times where people will give me like a general outline of what they like, what characters, what triggers they like in their ASMR, and usually I build up from there. I send it over. I'm like, what do you think? And they give me a thumbs up or thumbs down. 32 minutes. Is that my longest one, Mobby? 32 minutes. Man, I was really close.
Have you noticed any changes in your writing, or even just sort of generic improvement in your writing over the 4+ years that you've done this? That is it easier now to write a script in some ways, or have you really noticed differences in any way like that?
So funny. The biggest thing that I have changed since I've started is my font. So for whatever reason, I think it's because my computer screen was farther away from me when I recorded when I first started. I was typing in a 16-point font. That's way too big. And now I'm in a normal 12-point font. I still type in Comic Sans. But it's because it's easy to read. It's easy to read.
It was Comic Sans is one of those fonts that exists for readability. That's why they put it in comics.
Yes. It's still so funny because every once in a while I will do a commission script, and then when it's time to send it over, I give them a, hey, so don't laugh, but I unironically use Comic Sans. It's very funny, but yeah, it's easy to read, very legible. I always have the dark tint on my monitor. If you give me a regular bright white page, I'm going blind. You just flashbang me.
Yeah, it bothers me to no end that even now Google Docs does not have a dark mode.
No, that's so wild, isn't it?
Yeah,
Ugh,
there's so many other
insane.
things in the Google Suite that has dark mode, but for whatever reason, Documents, nope, gotta work with that bright white page every single time. I know there's a couple of browser extensions you can get, but it usually messes up other things as well, so I just don't use them, so I just have to, squint like, oh god, it's so bright.
Every once in a while, I do use it because I do use Google Docs most of the time. But yeah, sometimes you open something and it messes it up, and I'm like, oh my gosh, now I gotta turn it off. And then I forget to turn it back on, and then I'm like,
exactly.
oh, yeah, it's so... Ugh. You cast flashbang, please don't. I need my eyes. I need them very badly. But yeah, other than that, I want to say my writing has been fairly consistent. Fairly consistent across the board, but it's something I've been writing for a long time. So it's kind of like it's what I know. It's what I know and it works for me.
Yeah.
It might not work if other people wanted a script, because I also format my scripts like an essay almost. I don't format it line by line like a regular script would be. I type it like an essay, and that's kind of weird to some people. I'm like, yeah, it's understandable.
Do you feel that you're either faster or generally more efficient in your script writing nowadays than you were a couple years ago? Or do you think that that's been something relatively consistent as well? Because obviously you wrote a lot prior to this, so it's not like it was a completely new skill that you were learning and honing. But have you noticed that you're able to get to that, even 10-minute mark with perhaps a bit less time than you used to, or is it as much as it ever was?
Like, oh man, I don't even know. I feel.
To be fair, it's
like
not something you'd probably think about on a regular basis.
No, that's fair. I'm trying to think. I really. I want to say it depends. So if I'm doing a lot of research for a script, I have like an open tab or two, and I'm like, okay, I want to make sure I'm being as accurate with whatever topic, I'm working on. Like, I've done an audio where I did a traditional tea ceremony. I've never done a tea ceremony, so I had to research, and I'm like, I gotta make sure this is right. I don't want to spread misinformation via ASMR. Or I did one where, are you familiar with flower languages at all?
I'm familiar with the
language
concept
flowers?
of flower language. I can't say that I know any of it off the top of my head, but I'm familiar with the concept, yes.
Yep, I did an entire ASMR where essentially the setting is the listener comes into a florist shop every week, and the florist that works there is like, oh, it's you again. Like, oh, hey, like you're a regular customer, and she's helping you put together a bouquet. And at the end, she like confesses to the listener via the bouquet, stating what all of the different flowers mean. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun. I loved working on that one.
Was that a request?
Learning little weird stuff. No, I thought about it and I was like, well, I like flowers, and I'm always intrigued by the concepts of things having like a double meaning. So like, I got you a sunflower. Like, it's not just a sunflower, it's like a congratulations. And there's a whole thing. There's like an encyclopedia on what each flower can represent and what flowers go well together and what the different colors mean. It's really, really cool.
What percentage of your scripts would you say are requests versus ones that are your own ideas from the start?
Oh, that's difficult. So, I want to say I probably come up with most of them, but I do get inspiration from comments, or sometimes people will be like, hey, this is a cool idea. You should do something. And even if I don't do that exact idea, it'll inspire like another idea where I'm like, this one I feel more comfortable like putting together because some ideas seem great, but they don't have the substance for a full
Mm,
ASMR script. So
yeah.
sometimes the base of the idea is presented and I'm like, I can work with this. I can
Yeah.
mold this into something.
It gives direction that, like you're saying, even if there's not
Yes.
necessarily something that you can work with to create that full experience that you're looking for, that you might be able to
Mhm.
take, whether it's the character concept, the setting concept, or other different facets of it, and then figure out, okay, this is how we get it to actually have the substance that we need.
Yes, exactly. So I guess in that sense, yeah, sometimes I do get some help. A majority though, however, because I'm very picky about my OCs, I'm like they wouldn't do that or they would do this.
And
You know, a
especially
lot of
with the
times.
Gentleverse, you have to have that consistency.
Yes, exactly. So there's a lot of times where even I'll be writing and then I hit backspace and like she wouldn't say that. What
Wait
am
a
I doing?
second.
Right, because I mean, my characters sometimes they really do feel like they're very close to me. I'm like they're like friends almost. They're like a part of me. Each of the characters has a little bit of me in them, and I think that feels that's what makes them feel so real.
Mm,
Hmm.
Do you have a running list of different ASMR concepts, or do you go into each week with just sort of, all right, I'm going to sit down and think of something here and now that speaks to me in this moment?
Hmm. So I think I draw inspiration and ideas from a lot of different places. One of them that I think art inspires me. Shocker, as an artist, art inspires me. But every once in a while, I will see like a piece of fan art, or I'll see like something on Pinterest, like a reference image, and I'm like, wait a minute, this is giving me an idea, and like I'll just come up with something based on a piece of art. I did one semi recently where the inspiration was a picture of a cat like with its paws at a keyboard like it was working, and
Mm,
I turned that into the cat girl working at an adoption agency where you
ah,
adopt like pets, and she's working there in a blazer that's too big for her, and she's asking you questions about what kind of furry friend you would like, and it was really cute. It was really cute.
do you have any written down that you haven't gotten to yet, or do you usually end up using everything that you've gotten and not having much of a backlog in that sense?
Oh gosh, the backlog is never ending. As I was talking about before with, ideas and stuff, they're scattered around. I have post-its that I find under my bed, and I'm like, "What are you doing here?"
It's like,
And there's
oh, yeah,
five
that.
pages of ideas. Exactly, and you read them, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, I was cooking with this. What? How did I drop this?"
Okay, yeah, because we were talking earlier and you mentioned writing things down for the different characters in the Gentleverse. I wasn't sure if that extended to the ASMR concepts at large, but not surprised that I know folks who've had their different specialties, and I know some people have a single physical book that they write everything in, or just a long running Google Doc, and you have, like you were mentioning, everything from post notes to whatever is at hand. Do you have a just very rough estimate as to the number of unused concepts that you have written down from the different areas? Are we talking tens, dozens? Do you think we're breaking into the hundreds here?
Really, the hundreds.
Sorry,
I'm
so it,
looking actually in my notes app right now, and I have over 25 just sitting here. And I'm like, someday I'll use those. Whenever I feel like I'm coming up dry one week, I pull out one of the sticky notes and I'm
consult
like,
the list.
yeah, I have to consult the list. Exactly. Because sometimes, unfortunately, with creative work, it's not like an at will, like I can just mindlessly do this. You have to think. And if you're not in a position where you're, in a good headspace, or if you're really busy or really stressed and you're like, oh, I can't come up with any ideas, you can't just force it,
Yeah.
you know? It's kind of like, I don't know, if you're making a meal but your heart's not in it, you're like, yeah, it's food, but where's the love?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the sauce?
Yeah. And that also is probably good for you as well, because it means that inevitably whatever the backlog is, that it's going to have diversity of the different concepts. And if you're not working necessarily with a particularly active concept in a given week, that you can sort of browse the menu, so to speak, and be like, okay, I don't know what I'm feeling right now, but I'm looking through and it's like, oh, wait, that one, that's what I'm feeling this week, or is at least the closest to what I'm feeling right now. And that then you can either modify the concept as necessary or work with it if it's exactly what you're feeling right then. But I'd imagine that for the consistency that you have and the number that you have, having that backlog is probably very, very useful.
Absolutely. I mean, there's times where I'm busy with other stuff, and I'm like, I don't have anything up here, man. Nothing new or exciting. So I consult the list, and I'm like, yeah, you look through, and you're like, this one I can do. This one's calling to me.
Also, sorry,
and some of them are.
Every
No,
so
sorry,
often
go
when you start talking, Discord is squashing you just like for the first word or two. It's not totally consistent. Sorry, folks who are watching and listening. Like I said, swear we didn't have this during the sound check. So I'm not sure if there's anything you know of on your end that might be able to address that. It might just be...
Not sure. I can move my mic a little bit closer. Let me see.
Yeah, possibly
That
that.
may
I
work
don't
a
know.
little. Here we go.
Admittedly, you probably
All right.
know more about microphones than me. But actually, come to think of it, how many different microphones do you own?
How many microphones? So I have the one that I'm currently using. It's like an NT. Oh gosh, a Rode NT1. It's a 5th gen. This is my go-to mic for, Discord calls, for just streaming non-ASMR. I also have the standard 3DO microphone, the binaural mic with the ears, which most people are familiar with if they listen to ASMR. I also do have a newer, I should say. They're a dual set of pencil condenser mics, so they're very thin, and I have a special base for them. It's a little cumbersome, so I don't use it too often, but it does provide kind of a change from the 3DO, as that one's my standard for the most part. When I began, I did use the Blue Yeti, which I feel like most people, that's their starter microphone.
I used a Yeti Blue Nano specifically, not even the big one, the Nano, for the first
Oh, the little
about
baby.
2
I
or
love
so
those.
years. And ironically, it seems that the Nanos, at least back in the day, I haven't used it in a long time, so I don't know, but apparently the Nanos were actually a bit more consistent than the larger Yetis. That I always heard a lot of folks saying, oh, my Yeti keeps breaking, and that I'd gotten the Nano just sort of out of budget more than anything, but it turned out to be the good one.
Mine was actually a hand-me-down, and it was broken, and my husband fixed it and was like, here, you can use this, now you can stream. And I was like, yay! Because mics can be very expensive. Thankfully, a lot of my friends, they were so jazzed about me like starting streaming and stuff. They're like, I think I have something you can use, hold on. And they would give me like an old thing they had.
Folks in chat
the
are mentioning the
KU-100.
KU. Yes, I was about to say the KU-100. So what is the KU-100? Is this a very high-end, fancy, expensive microphone? Is it one that is known as being cheaper? What is it?
100 is an insanely expensive microphone, and it's shaped like a head. It has the two
it's that
ears.
one.
Yes, it's the binaural head-shaped mic, and I
Oh,
believe
I've seen that on a couple of people's thrones, and those are long-term funding projects.
Oh yeah, that's what I said. I put it on, and within a few months, the Gentlings got it to, 20% now? I was shocked. I was in awe. Because I kept telling them I don't need it. I don't need something that grand. That feels like a bit much. And they're like, you need it. You need it. We're gonna get you that someday. I'm like, okay. But yeah, it's around $10,000. I mean, it's used
That's
for,
what I'm
like,
seeing, looking it up
professional-
right now. Yep.
Yep. Professional, it's like acoustics. It's used in auditoriums and in plays and theaters and whatnot. So it's a big deal, and I was like, oh my gosh.
certainly not a starter microphone, but for you, someone who does
No.
this regularly, consistently for going on 5 years at this point, they always say, don't overinvest just when you're starting. But I think you're at the
Right.
point, Gentle, that I think it is not irresponsible for you, of all people, to invest in something like that.
Well, oh my gosh. I don't even know how big it is. I can imagine it's probably as big as my head. I'm like, where am I gonna put this thing? It's massive. It's probably, the box it's gonna come in is probably gonna be half the size of my desk if I had to guess. But yeah, I mean, speaking of parts as well, I mean, when I started, like I said, a lot of my friends were giving me like their old PC parts, and my now husband had built me this PC and set everything up and was like, you should be good to go. Like, I hope you have fun. Let me know if you need any help. I was like, okay. And I just recently got a new GPU because the one that I was using was about 10 years old.
Oh, wow. I'm kind of impressed that it's still running after 10 years.
Well, thankfully I take pretty good care of my PCs. I clean them pretty regularly. I dust all around. I keep the area very clean. It also helps, my actual PC is not in my office. It's actually outside, so I have some wires under my door that lead right to my PC. Because the fans, at one point, the fans were too loud and you could hear them on the ASMR mic. So, yeah, thankfully, now that everything is pretty much updated, it's a lot more quiet. But at this point, it's firmly sat outside of my office. And I mean, my office itself isn't really an office, it's a closet, so I'm in a 4x4 box right now.
I was going to ask, your audio is very clean, obviously, in that it's something that's important for ASMR in particular, and I know folks have various solutions for how they can achieve that. And I was going to ask, do you have a booth of some sort? Do you have a treated room? And the answer is it's a closet.
It's a 4x4 closet. I have my desk that takes up about half of it. I have my chair that I found in the recycling bin, and I saved it. I have some sound paneling next to me, on my left and my right, and then in front of me are my monitors. Behind me, I also have a couple of sound panels, nothing too crazy. And then on my closet door, since it's not a latch close or a doorknob, it's a push-open closet. I actually have a sound blanket on the outside, and I have a curtain on the inside, which admittedly does not do as much as I'd like it to. However, it works for the time being.
A little bit can go a very long way, and at the very least, I'm glad to hear that the closet you were working out of sounds, relatively speaking, at the very least, relatively roomy. Because I've heard of folks being in, 2x2 closets, very small closets, but a 4x4, that's a more proper walk-in, that you got space, and that if you're able to actually get in a full desk and it's not just, a small end table or stool, that it sounds like you have that space to work with.
When I got this desk, I was unsure if it was gonna fit. It fit exactly, not a crumb of room to spare. And then I also have this corner shelf that has all of my trigger tools for my ASMR streams on here. So I have all of the little, clickety-clackities, my little plastic slug, my singing bowl. I also have my label printer for my merch store. I do a lot of my own merch, so I have that label printer there.
Do you have the label printer there just because you happen to be using it during a stream at one point, or do you use it for sounds during ASMR streams?
No, so that one is strictly for just when I need to print shipping labels for merch as orders come in, and I plug it right in to like right next to my keyboard, and it's just how it works. It works like just perfect right in that spot.
How many different tools do you have on that table?
Oh gosh, let's see. I'm gonna say just in one of my containers, I probably have like 35 assorted triggers.
Wow.
And I mean, they're all variations of one another. I did do some DIY coasters, and they have
Ooh.
different things on them that make different sounds when like tapped or scratched. I have one with some glass tiles. I have some with wooden blocks or wooden buttons, things of that sort. I have my cork board, my wooden frog. Everybody loves the wooden frog. We've named the wooden froggy Fergie. So
Ah.
every once in a while, Fergie comes out. I also have this absolutely massive rain stick. I didn't know it was as big as it was until it got here. And I was like,
Oh.
oh, this is like over a foot long. This is kind of nuts. I thought I was getting a mini one. But yeah, that one's really cool. I have my tarot cards as well, as I do tarot every month on my Patreon. So I have my little box there for that. But yeah, just a bunch of stuff. Oh my gosh. So much. I have a wig too. I actually need to get a new one. This one's too tangled.
So I guess for that, I suppose you just sort of hold it next to the microphone, because then as you move the hair, that you're able to create that sound effect of what it sounds like to have, one's own hair moved right by their ears.
So with my 3DO specifically, I am actually able to slip the wig on and over it. So it's still fitting, but it's just the right size. I can place it on top, and I can do hair scratches, I can do hair brushing, and it sounds pretty good. The only complication is when it gets stuck on the little knobs in the back of the microphone. Which has happened. I think there was a point in time where I accidentally turned the microphone off, and I didn't know.
You didn't know because it was underneath everything, so you don't realize that as you move the brush or something that it knocks the knob. Oh no!
Yep. Or any little crevice, sometimes the hair will get stuck there, and I'm like, oh, well, I gotta rip that off. Oops. But anytime we bring that wig out, I always joke, whenever we're done with that trigger, I'm like, all right, time to go bald. I'm taking your guy's hair.
That could be one of just the hair cutting or shaving ASMR. It's like, okay, you start with the hair sounds and then just goes,
yep,
and just pull the wig off.
That's so funny. I actually did do an audio where I was giving the listener a high top fade, and that one was very funny because I've never done a high top fade before. So I watched like 6 YouTube tutorials, and I'm like, okay, in theory, I know how to do a high top fade now. Because I never want to like do inaccurate stuff, I guess. Even when I did a lice check, like a school nurse lice check audio, I looked up, I'm like, how do you get rid of lice? How do you do this? How do schools do this? And so it was relatively accurate.
And I'd imagine that for you as well, that not just for the listener's immersion in accuracy, but that for you actually as the performer, that knowing what you are doing is more accurate to what you're performing helps you actually, I suppose, if not be more confident in your performance, that it helps you get into character, I would suppose.
Absolutely. Because, I mean, there's some things where I research, but if I'm playing Nemu, let's say, like, this is Nemu's first time giving a high top fade, she's going to be a little unsure, but I still do the research to make sure that she's doing it right. Unless I'm purposefully trying to be funny. In that case, I'm like, okay, I'm going to toss an inaccuracy in there. It's her first time. She's not going to know it all.
Then you have the progression of Nemu's first time doing the haircut, and then a couple months later, sort of the continuity of, all right, now she's really good at it.
Right. I had a very long-standing series where it was like an elf girlfriend giving her human partner like an ear cleaning ritual, because I mean one of the biggest features of an elf is their ears, right? We got big old ears. And I thought it really worked well with the ASMR concept of constantly, doing noises or things around ears. So I had this series where, this elf, she comes from another world, she's with her partner, and she's like, wait, humans don't do ear cleaning rituals? What do you mean? that's like a really common thing for us. We have like places for that. So, that series, that went on for months and months, and people have been asking for more. So I might do another one.
And even if it's not in that particular series, so to speak, you still do have ear cleaning ASMRs pretty regularly. That just scrolling through some recent ones that I see Elven Owner offers anti-stress magic, but I'm seeing the little ear cleaner in her hands. There's the Garrett classmate cleans your ears, and 30-minute brain scrub clinic.
Yes, so that one was actually a Twitch VOD that I chopped up and I kind of put together. Sometimes I'll do that. I'll take a Twitch VOD, and if I don't have time to write a script or record in a week, or if I'm sick, it's a good opportunity for me to, kind of bring some stuff from Twitch over to YouTube, because until quite literally last week, I wasn't doing YouTube streaming. But that may be changing pretty soon. I got some very positive feedback about, streams over on YouTube, so I'm looking into doing that some more.
Yeah, and speaking of which, you actually have the honor of being my first ever talk show on YouTube. It's not the first stream I've done on YouTube, because I ran, it was, funny enough, a script reading stream last week for Monty Python and the Holy Grail. It was a charity marathon reward stream, but that I've been also, frankly, I've been planning it for much longer than I'd like to admit, and finally got off my butt and hooked everything up last week or the week before and got all set up. And then went and said, okay, found a better system to work with, so ran another test stream that lasted about 10 minutes earlier today. And the only thing on the stream was test stream, GentleGF stream later tonight, to make sure folks didn't think that we'd pushed the time. But this is the first actual proper episode of Vtuber Talk that is being multi-streamed on both Twitch and YouTube. Uh-oh, you got cut off.
Oh, cool. Oh, no!
There we go.
I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
You're good,
Just
you're
my
good.
luck.
Technology, it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Right. I feel like it's a critical part of my streams, and pretty much any stream I'm on. If there's gonna be scuff, it's like a guarantee.
Comes with the space. I have the mantra: embrace the scuff, love the scuff. You cannot avoid it, even if you try and plan. Like I said, we had sound check, we had everything. It was good, it was working, and that's just how streaming and live stuff goes sometimes.
Yep. That's happened to me just too many times to count, honestly. I tested 20 minutes before, and then I go to use it the next day, and something terrible has happened. It doesn't work. Oh my gosh.
Have you gotten any particularly memorable moments out of scuff from one source or another?
Oh my gosh. There was one time. So I have a folder on my computer full of fan art. Whenever somebody gets a piece of fan art of me, I save it. And it's kind of my version of hanging it up on the fridge, because I like looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
And at one point, I had a guest on, and I was going to put a piece of art on the screen to show off.
Yeah.
And instead of one piece, it loaded in all of the pieces in the folder. There was probably 45. There was probably 45 pieces of art in there. Thank goodness they were all safe for work.
Oh, yes.
But it was very funny because I went right to my BRB screen, and my poor guest was like, whoa, what happened? It was very funny. That one happened very recently, actually, during my most recent subathon. And that was funny. There was a lot of scuff during that. I remember trying to make a specific audio channel for Spotify so I could play some music and do my playlist stream, which we didn't even get to finish. Oh my gosh.
How long did that subathon end up going?
Oh gosh. Well, so for the first week, I was doing 12 hours a day. For 5 days. The first week, it was 5 days. I did 12 hours a day. The next week, it continued, and this time, for those 5 days, I only did 10 hours. By week 3, I was really tired, and I'm like,
I
all
can
right,
imagine.
I'm doing 8 hours. 8 hours.
Ah,
And
yes,
we got through
only
almost
8
the entire
hours.
week. Only 8 hours? Well, the way I think of it, I'm like, I'm playing video games and I'm yapping. How tired could I possibly get? And I always forget to remind myself that I'm voice acting for 12 hours. That's not great for you.
Nope. Talking at your normal volume and normal voice for 8 to 12 hours a day nonstop is going to wear anybody thin.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I mean, the whole time I was like, oh man, what do I do next? I've been here for 12 hours. What do the people want? It's it's very funny. I mean, that's when we started Yakuza, which I did talk to you about. We
Yes.
started Yakuza 0 then, and that was probably the most pleasant surprise I could have ever encountered live on stream. Because sometimes, what if you play a game and you don't like it? You have to be like, okay, well, I don't want to sound like I'm too bored, so I'm gonna be like, alright, yes, it's okay. It's okay. Alright. But with Yakuza, I was like, maybe 13 hours isn't a bad idea. I was like, I want to play more. Yeah, we watched a lot of dinosaur videos as well. Very into dinosaurs. So we watched some analog horror, some Jurassic Park analog horror.
Ooh.
And that was really cool. I was unaware that there was so many creators on YouTube that just make that. There was a plethora to choose from, really.
Yeah, one thing that has been very interesting for me as a host to learn over the years that I've done VTuber Talk is just, one, obviously the sheer diversity of content, but two, just how many people are really into horror. If I had to say just the most common genre of interest among all my guests over all the years, I think horror is probably the most popular. I'm not going to say it's like over 50%, but it's a lot of people. And people whose branding and characters don't necessarily make you think, oh, this is someone who's really into horror. I mean, especially if you're as a GentleGF, a very brightly colored, soft-spoken elf horror. And that just, I've had folks who are like, the family-friendly say-so streamer who's just like, yeah, oh, I love horror. Oh, the, like, jump scares, don't love those so much, but those dark thrillers, the ones that really disturb you, oh, I can't get enough of those. And it's like, huh?
I'm also, oddly enough, it's not a very big genre, but I think it's worth mentioning. I love shark-themed horror movies because I love sharks. I think they're cool. And while I understand that the horror movies about them don't paint them in a very good light at all,
Yeah.
there's something about a big shark in the water. I'm like, that's very scary. You got me there. It's a good concept. Like, that's it. That's all you gotta do. Nothing crazy, nothing like supernatural. It's just big shark in the water. That's scary. Don't go in the water.
Yeah, very famously, the summer after Jaws was released caused not necessarily a dip in beach attendance, to my understanding, but that it caused much greater anxiety, and that I think it was a spike in accidental reports of people thinking that there was sharks in the water when there was not.
Yep, I actually watched a really cool documentary about the team that had helped on the set of the first Jaws movie, and how a lot of them were talking about how they kind of came to regret like helping a bit, because they're like, now everybody thinks that sharks are these big giant monster villains. No, you're in the ocean, you're in their house. They don't have hands, they can't, tap you on the shoulder and be like, excuse me, I'm coming through. No, they nudge you with their nose. That just happens to be close to their teeth.
That is usually indeed where teeth are, in one's mouth.
Yep. But when you have like 3 rows of ever-growing teeth, people get a little freaked out.
Also understandable.
It was a very interesting documentary, though. I mean, one of the women that was in there, she was diving for, oh gosh, not even just tens of years. She had been diving since she was like 16 years old. And in the documentary, she's an older woman, so I was like, holy cow. Whew. That's insane.
So between
Yeah.
dinosaurs and sharks, you seem to like big, sometimes scary animals. Is that an area of interest that you've had since you were younger, or was it something that as you got older, you was like, oh man, dinosaurs are really cool?
It's kind of had a fascination with the ocean in general. And I mean, I love dolphins. I wanted to be, what is it, a marine biologist. You know, every kid wanted to be a marine biologist for a little bit without really knowing what it entailed. I was one of those kids. I had up dolphin posters. The amount of books that I had just that I would check out from the library. I loved looking at pictures underwater. And I'm I'm actually quite terrified of the ocean because there's nothing grounding you, obviously. But I think it's terrifying to me. I'd probably pass out if I went out in the middle of the ocean in a boat. But it's so fascinating to me. It really is just a whole other world. And there's so many different creatures down there. And yeah, sharks are one of them. I love sharks. I think they're really cool. But I mean, they're also scary. Just like any predator animal. You gotta be careful with them. But yeah, dinosaurs, sharks, what is it? I guess kaiju, so Godzilla. I like Godzilla as well. I think they're cool though. Yeah.
I was definitely one of those kids that one of the first things I have a distinct memory of saying I want to be this when I grow up was a paleontologist. So not the marine biology one. That was one of my siblings who wanted to be the marine biologist, but that, you know, from the time I was 4, 5, 6 that I had my dinosaur phase. And I think that most kids end up having a phase of like one of 3 to 5 things: marine biologist, paleontologist, astronaut, sports, like professional athlete.
Sports ball person.
Yeah. I feel like those are some of the just quintessential childhood aspirations.
Yep, and I mean, I've heard in recent years too, a lot of kids are like, I want to be a YouTuber when I grow up.
Yep, statistically that
So
is
now
now the most popular aspirational career for children, YouTuber.
That's so funny. That's so funny. It's funny too because I never in all my days did I think that I would be a YouTuber. I don't know what I thought I would be, but I didn't think it'd be this.
Yeah, for folks of our approximate age, not knowing how old you are, but I get the feeling we're close-ish in age, that
I'm
it simply
not
wasn't a
270.
thing. Oh, that's right. You do have a couple years on me.
Yeah.
When was my
it's
model of
okay.
microphone invented? I always lose track.
Oh, that's so funny. Don't worry. It's just knock the 0 off. That's approximately
There we
what I am
go.
in human year.
Mm. But that being a YouTuber wasn't a career option, plain and simple. It did not exist. The platform didn't exist. And even once the platform existed, it being a career option didn't really hit viability for probably 15 years.
Exactly. It's so interesting. Like, we really are. We're a part of something really new. I think it's really cool. But, I mean, things are ever changing. Tech since the 90s has just gotten so different so quickly. It's evolved so fast. It's hard to keep up.
Yeah, and I think that folks like us who really grew up with the internet and technology in its more active development are some of the folks that are probably most equipped to handle things going forward, because there's the sort of quintessential stereotype of, all right, older folks not being very good with technology, and that's not their fault that they didn't grow up with technology. It's something that, as adults, suddenly sort of appeared very quickly, and unless you were in a particular field or career, you weren't necessarily going to need to interact with it for any significant amount of time, and then the next thing you know, it's this big part of everyone's lives, and you kind of have to play catch-up. Whereas if you're younger and you're there and developing along with it, that you not only have it as a more baseline experience, but that we went through those iterations of, all right, the floppy disk era, CD era, DVDs, Blu-rays, and just the evolving technology, and that, like you said, it happened so fast in relativity that we simply got used to shifting formats and devices very quickly, and I think that makes us a bit more adept at whenever a new thing comes out, that we're able to pick it up and either just intuitively or perhaps were able to read manuals a bit better because that's what you really had to do back in the day, is you actually did have to read the darn manual.
Too, growing up, I mean, when I was growing up, we had a computer lab, and we sat down and we had like computer safety classes. We had typing courses.
Typing classes,
we had things
yup.
of that sort.
Mm.
Yep, and you know what's funny? I had to cheat my way through those so bad because I'm not good at typing. I have small hands, so home row feels really weird to me.
Mm.
I still type very fast though. I mean, I do script writing streams and co-working streams, and there's been quite a few people that comment like, "Man, why are you going so fast?" I'm like, "Oh, I don't know. Just feels right."
Yep.
Oh my gosh, but yeah. I think I'm getting to the point though where there's some tech things I'm like, oh gosh. Oh no, I'm getting old. I don't know what this is. What does it do? It's so funny. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny.
So it then ends up becoming something that, being a YouTuber wasn't a viable career path, and VTubing didn't exist. Basically, certainly didn't exist 15 years ago. It's now about at the point where it was basically, it's a bit more than 10 years, but VTubing didn't really hit what I would call mainstream accessibility, as in, Keys and I, when she first started, you needed a $10,000 special rig setup in a studio. You couldn't just run it off your phone and a moderate to higher end computer. It needed a full big setup of specialty equipment. But it was like 6-7ish years ago where we finally got to where the layman can run a VTuber rig of any sort, and that, goodness knows, I often say, we can't imagine in VTubing, like 2 years ago, we couldn't imagine what we have now, and we can't imagine now what we'll have in 2 years, because for how fast tech at large is just changing and booming, VTubing even more so, in my opinion.
Right, no, absolutely. Every year, I mean, there's something that catches on. I mean, I fell victim to the lean. Mind you, I love the lean feature. It's so cool, and I love it so much. But that was like a whole thing. That was a whole thing. Same with the making your VTuber model walk. Like your 2D model. I think that's so cool. It's so cool. Do I need it? No, probably not. But it's cool. It is.
I'm
Even
curious to
just
see how
when I-
those end up, if those end up evolving and becoming something that ends up being used more than they are now.
Right? I'm very curious to see what will be next. Every time I feel like, all right, we've hit all we can hit with Live 2D or VTube Studio. Someone comes out with something. They're like, hey, I found out we could do this, and then it's like, boom! Now everybody wants it. And I'm like, well, it is cool. I just feel so bad. All the Live 2D artists, they're like, all right, I'm comfortable in my skill set, and then somebody's like, hey, look what this arm can do. And they're like, no!
I remember there was a
Right?
whole discourse a couple months back when I don't remember what type of toggle it was, but that there was a lot of riggers and artists who were like, this is really cool. It's fascinating from a textbook level. To all of my clients, please understand this is highly impractical and a large amount of work. Do not expect me to offer it.
Right. I think I saw something where it's like you can move like your arms and your legs pretty much like almost like a paper doll with like hinges at the joints. And I'm like, that's so cool. You probably shouldn't use that as a regular thing. That was more like, let's push the envelope. Let's see what we can do. What are the capabilities? Not necessarily, let's make this the new standard.
Exactly, yeah. That it was very much a scientific endeavor, I suppose, of how can we make this possible, even if it is highly impractical, not something that people are going to want to necessarily reproduce or offer as part of standard rigging development, but that seeing what the technology can do, and they made it work, and it's cool. Nobody has used it, but who knows? 2 years down the line, maybe something will happen either in the rigging side or in the tracking side where having that type of range is more viable. I think one of the next big changes, I don't know if it's going to happen in 2 years or 5 years or 10 years, at some point, we're going to inevitably reach the point with technology where we can have proper 3D tracking off of a phone. I think that's going to be the next
Be so cool.
big moment where you don't need to buy third-party peripherals for 3D tracking.
Right.
That it's just something that a baseline phone is able to do.
Yep, I actually just recently got Mocapi trackers, and trying them out, I'm like, this is so cool. However, my space is not adequate, and I had to recalibrate it about every 15 minutes, or
Oh
else
my.
my arm was going through my torso, and I'm like,
Ugh.
well, that's not right. That doesn't go there. Get out of here. So I haven't used them since, but I really want to see if I have more space. I want to see what they're capable of, because it's so cool. I do have a 3D model, and I'm always like, I wish I could do. I know I could do more with it. I wish I had the capability to do more with it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any either technological developments or concepts that, even if they don't exist right now, even if it's not practical, is there something that you hope to see made?
Oh man, I've always been just enamored by whenever somebody with a live 2D model, whenever they have an instrument that actually tracks. I think that's the coolest thing. I saw someone with a violin.
Yep.
I saw someone with a guitar. I think that's so cool. I think that's so neat. And it's probably not practical. Like, I'm thinking of what a mess it would be with drums. Like, the tracking would probably be too fast, it'd be too chaotic. But man, would it be cool. You know? I love those. I want to see, like, more unique instruments, too. I want to see a Vtuber that could play the harp. Harps are cool. I don't see anybody play a harp anymore.
No, harps are relative rarities, even IRL, just because they're very big and very expensive. There are no small, well, there are small harps. There are not many small harps and not many cheap harps.
Right, yeah. Maybe one day I'll get lucky. I'll find one at a garage sale and I'll take it home with me. I'll learn. If I find that, if that happens, I'll learn how to play the harp.
And then you have to figure out.
I just need a good enough deal.
I feel like harps in particular would be one of the most difficult to track and render because it's so large that it's actually eclipsing most of your body. So you then need to find a way to have not only the harp itself, if not tracked to some degree at the very least, that it is represented, but then that you have your model being tracked partially in front of, partially behind, because one hand goes on each side of the strings. So I feel like that's going to be late phase instrument rigging technology that Rabbit Beefalo in the chat mentions that I've also seen flutes. There's been violins. I think I've seen a trombone or two.
Oh, that's cool. That is so neat. I love that.
And yeah.
That would be difficult though with a harp.
And just broader being able to track, props.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yep. That would be something else though. That's something to look forward to in the future. I think though we'll get there. Right now, I'm still actually stuck with I've always contemplated if putting like those little dots on your face for like mocap. I've always wondered if that would actually like improve like VTuber tracking. So there's one of the. I'm gonna have to try it because I've been thinking about it. I want to see if it actually does anything. I think that'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, and obviously phone tracking has gotten a lot better over the years, and that everything from mouth shapes to broader expressions definitely have gotten a lot better. I can't recall any of the brands or manufacturers of like the face tracking dots, or even if there's a proper term for the tech, but yeah, those are the ones that you see, especially when it comes to like Hollywood ones that when you see behind the scenes videos, that those are the ones that are super, super high definition and just very exact with their tracking.
I was like, maybe I can like do like little piece, like little stickers probably. I was like, I don't know, maybe little circle stickers. Maybe that'll help. I don't know. Would be cool though, but actually, so with this model, I have a V-Bridger because that's one of the things when I transitioned from my original to this one. I was like, I want this face to be so expressive, because we spend so much of our time looking at the VTuber's face. You know, I didn't have legs, now I do, but even still, we spend most of the time focusing on the face. So I told my rig artist, I'm like, please make her so detailed in the face, in the top half. And so even in my range, when it comes to like turning, I have a little bit of extra in my angles, my face. You know, I have pretty good range of motion. And I was like, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
And for me, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I actually only got this model on my 3rd anniversary. For the first 3 years of VTuber Talk, I was a disembodied voice.
Really?
Yep. I had no concept whatsoever. I knew I wanted to run a talk show. And there's like, well, you don't need to see the host. The focus is going to be on the guest anyways, so that's fine. And it certainly worked. But the way this little guy actually came about was the last goal we reached for the 2nd anniversary charity marathon was to design a mascot. And it wasn't even actually on the list of goals initially. When we got to the last couple hours, we got to whatever milestone was the last one that I had a written idea for what the goal would be. So I just said, chat, we've got like 3-4 hours left. Give me something else that if we hit the next $1,000 milestone, what would you want? And somebody said mascot. I was like, sure, fine, whatever. And sure enough, we hit it.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, it's not going to be a lion or a dog or a dragon or something for a talk show. So it's obviously going to be a microphone for the mascot. And when I got the design for this thing back, it was the first time that there was the little light bulb of I still to this day cannot think of any sort of designer model for myself in a humanoid form. I just don't have one that clicks. But I saw it and I was like, I could be a little guy.
I love the direction of this one. It fits so well. It's so adorable too. I love like it just it's like a cartoon, and I think it's so cute. I could definitely see you like in a kid's show, like, oh, this is a little microphone, and he's a talk show. It just fits so well. I love it so much.
Yeah, the artist for this was Captain Krabs, who was actually exactly the person I wanted for this, and the very first draft he gave me was 90% of this. We changed, I think it was the color of the tie. I think we changed the size of the lapels a bit. And
what was the original color? I have to know. I'm
red.
so curious. Really?
Yes.
And you didn't like the red? You're like, I'm definitely a blue.
Yeah, just a cooler blue color was the general mood of things, I felt. And we changed the format of the eyes. This type of eyes, the mostly black orbs with the little white ones, are what Krabs usually uses in his models. And he used one of the more uncommon ones. I was like, no, I want the Krabs Classic. So we swapped it to that.
The Krabs Classic. That's
but
very funny.
Other than that, it was just...
It really does. Yeah. It suits you.
But he had the, like I said, the vast majority, the headset was not my idea. I just said, a microphone. It's a microphone with a mouth, eyes, and sort of a suit tie type of thing. And like I said, first draft was 90% of the way there.
So, like, when I look at it, like, I know it's a microphone, but if I had to picture it, like, in a more humanoid form, I love that the mic stand, it makes it look like your hands are kind of on your hips or, like, maybe folded behind you. It's just very polite.
I've never even imagined that. Oh, my gosh. Wait a minute.
It's so cute. Wow, really? I think about your hands are behind your back, and you're like, so tell me about yourself. And it's so cute. I love that. It just really fits so well.
Thank you. And yours certainly fits you very well as well.
Oh, thank you. So when I originally, in my first model, I was like, well, I want her to look comfy. I want her to kind of give like a librarian vibe. Like you would see her in a library. And I think when I got this model, really the only thing that I had changed, like for real, is the addition to Yume, my little mascot here. And I think I made my socks a bit fluffier. They're a bit thicker. I guess not fluffy. But yeah, I was like, I need Nemu to look so huggable all of the time. And that's how she came to be looking like this. Mhm.
Just the sweater is so perfect. You mentioned that comfy was one of the main words, and that
Yes,
there's
yep.
there's different types of sweaters, and I don't even know what it is, but the more I think about it, the braid pattern on the central area of the sweater
Yeah.
automatically sort
Mhm.
of evokes a more knitted material,
Yes,
or just a
exactly.
sense of it that without it, it's still a nice soft looking sweater, but something about the braid design automatically makes my brain go to, oh, this is like a very soft plush or even hand knitted type of sweater. And the turtleneck and the overall way that it just sort of lays on the model, I think you very much accomplished that goal, or the artist accomplished that goal.
Definitely. I love it. Originally, actually when I was first designing it, I was gonna give Nemu little sweater paws. Like her sleeves are a little too long, and so they kind of cover her hands. And every once in a while, I think about it and I'm like, maybe I should have kept that too. But that's okay.
That could be a toggle,
That's
maybe.
okay. Yeah, right? It can be an addition. But yeah. But everything pretty much stayed the same from when I conceptualized Nemu. Unlike some of the other characters, gosh. I just got finished working on a Rocky redesign. And so
Ooh.
she's gonna have her own unique outfit. It's so cute, it's adorable, it matches her so well.
I forget, have
And
any of
then
the other designs been fully rigged, or do they just have their art representations?
they do only have their art representations as of right now, but lots of people have asked. They're like, "Oh, are we ever gonna get a Marnie model or a Valerie model?" And to that, I say I would love to. It's a lot of money.
I was going to say that since they are recurring, I could see it potentially being viable, but not likely to be more
Right,
viable for, like, maybe for the one or two most frequent other personas, but not the
right.
full roster, because, like you said, even if you're not necessarily doing the full complexity of the main gentle model, that it's still a lot. It's still a lot of
It
time,
is.
effort, and money.
Absolutely, absolutely. I do have a PNG tuber for Marnie that I bring out every once in a while, and that's really fun. That one was done by Basil. Basil is super awesome and funny. I love their art style. So as soon as his commissions opened, I was like, wait, I have a commission for you. Please accept. Please accept my quest.
Speaking of which, what do you
But
use for the backgrounds on the ASMR? Is that something that you have, like, a stock image site that you go to?
So yeah, that's pretty much it. I also blur very heavily for all my YouTube thumbnails. The background, I blur it so you can vaguely tell what's going on, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you're mostly supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah.
But also from the main art as well. I mean, I always want to highlight Dream Anxiety. She does some absolutely insane work. She's uh, above and beyond. I love her so much. Every time I send her a new reference, I'm like, does this make sense? She's like, yeah, I got you.
Say no
I
more,
got
say no more.
Exactly. Yep. Every once in a while, too, she goes extra hard on a piece, and I'm like, whoa, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Have you kept track of all the different locations in the Gentleverse? Because we have the characters, we have the lore, but do you have, all right,
No,
this, the one with the doctor took place in this hospital, and this other one was also in the hospital, or are they more, I suppose, disconnected?
particularly pay too much to the background in terms of like, is it canon or not in the Gentle universe? But I do reuse backgrounds pretty often. I have just one what is it? I have like a thing where I make the thumbnails, and I actually just keep the backgrounds, and then
Yeah,
I'll
and that
make
makes
it so you
sense.
can't see them,
Yeah,
and I'll add
it's
a
not
new
going to be
one if I
practical to
need
have
that.
an entirely new one each and every time.
Right. Yep. So I just kind of have them all in this folder, and I'll put a piece of art in, and sometimes I'll go through them, like which one looks the best with this piece of art. This one fits the theme, and I go from there. And I'll adjust the colors sometimes, sometimes I'm like, okay, the art is a bit more on the warmer side, so I'm gonna adjust, the background to do that, or sometimes the other way around, I try to make
Mm,
sure it all looks cohesive.
yeah. Now, you mentioned to
Yeah.
me that prior to doing ASMR scripts that you had written already, and one of the things you mentioned was that you wrote fanfics back in the day.
Yeah.
Not under
Mhm,
the name Gentle, and that those are separate, but when it
mhm.
came to writing fanfic back in the day, what type of stories did you like to tell?
My goodness, I've always been a sucker for romance. So I was one of the girls that was shipping characters. I was like, let's make them hold hands. Let's put them in a coffee shop. AU. So I think that's another thing too. Why I like writing my characters so much and why they have so much. I guess I don't know. I just really enjoy it. But I never run out of ideas. Cause if anything, I'm like, all right, coffee shop. AU. My tomboy is a barista. Like, let's use that. Or like, all right, we're gonna do a fantasy age. Now I'm a fairy. Yeah, it's really fun. It's really cool. Mm-hmm.
Inept Trigger in the chat says to ask you about Soap McTavish. That is
Oh
not a
my
name
gosh.
like. The name means nothing
Oh,
to me, but also, I'm not surprised that someone in chat is having me ask you about some character. But the
that's so
name's
funny.
Soap.
The name's Soap McTavish. Oh boy. Have you ever played Call of Duty?
I've always been garbage at first-person shooters. Like,
No,
oh
same.
my
But
gosh,
I
I'm
like
so
the
bad.
lore of like that one game, that one Call of Duty. I like the.
Which one is it?
It's not the most recent one that came out. It was before that. The name has escaped me. But it's so funny that they say ask about that character. I've never written a fan fiction about Soap McTavish.
Okay, so Soap McTavish isn't a isn't an OC of yours, and it's not even
No.
one that you've written a fanfic of. It is a character from a Call of Duty game. This is just multiplying my
Right?
surprising confusion of, all right, of all the places, if you had to ask me in the blind, where do you think a character named Soap McTavish is from? And that will even make it easier for you. It's from a video game. It's not from a book or a movie. But what game do you think Soap McTavish is from? I'm not sure what I would guess. It wouldn't have been Call of Duty.
So funny, yeah. Like his like the nickname, the call sign is Soap, but his last name is McTavish, and so I just call him Soap McTavish.
So I guess this means that folks want you to write a fanfic of them?
I hope not. Don't make me do that.
Well, now I'm just confused as to
No,
why
it's
that name of all names was brought up by Inept Trigger.
so every once in a while, I'll do this thing where I make a PowerPoint and it's filled with characters that I think are attractive. So Soap was on one of those PowerPoints, and a lot of people connect the
Okay.
dots. They're like, "Are you writing fan fiction about this character, where you're shipping yourself with this character?" The same thing happened when the Spider-Verse movie came out with Miguel O'Hara or Spider-Man 2099. A lot of people, I had a whole phase. I was like, guys, I can't stop thinking about Spider-Man.
No, it's not
And
J. Jonah
so
Jameson's I want pictures of Spider-Man. It's I want fanfics of Spider-Man.
I want fanfics of Spider-Man. It's so funny. I love how they just go along with it too. I go on a little rant. I'm like, guys, I started watching this whole new piece of media for this one character, and they're like, yeah, there she goes again.
What
It's
is the
so
most
funny, it
recent
happens
character
so
that you've
often.
been really interested in or fixated on?
Oh my gosh. Geto Suguru from Jujutsu Kaisen. They
Ah,
would they witnessed me from the ground up build a collection off of him within the span of like a few months. Oh, it's so funny. It's so funny. And they just play along. They're like, yeah, okay. I think I did two or three like merch unboxings. I get a lot of pre-owned merchandise when I start collecting for a character. So
mm.
I had done a bunch of unboxings and openings of this pre-owned merch that I found that I would get for Geto, and I'd be like, I can't wait to put this on the shelf. And it was so funny.
You mentioned me
It
that
was so funny.
you mentioned that you really like collecting of particular characters, everything from making Ita bags to just broader collections, and that you really enjoy secondhand merch, and sort of the thrill of the hunt was one of the phrases that you
Yes.
used. When you
Yes, the
buy
thrill
these
of the
things,
hunt.
you mentioned the unboxing, and it wasn't that you just bought a single piece of merch, that you bought an entire collection.
Yeah, I mean, in fragmented parts. I started watching Jujutsu Kaisen a lot later in the game. I was about a year late for season 2, so by that time, a lot of the hype had kind of died down. And believe it or not, that's enough for some people to start selling the merch. And so I would go on secondhand sites, and people would be like, "Here's a lot of this merchandise for this character," and I'd be like, "Cool, yoink! You're coming home with me."
What is the largest single lot that you have bought in terms of number of items?
Oh my goodness. I had purchased a lot on a Japanese website that had like four figures, one full-sized figure and then four minifigures. It had buttons, it had stickers, it had photo cards, it had acrylic stands. There was probably about 30 pieces in there altogether. Keychains, it was
Wow.
assorted things. And in the description, they were like, I would like to sell this to someone who likes this character as much as I did. And
Aww.
I was like, that is so sweet. I like that character as much as you do.
Mm,
Like, I'm who you're looking for.
I do appreciate that when
And
folks are, clearing out things because either they might not be as interested, or that they've bought so much new stuff of the character and that they still love it. It was like, okay, here's, these are the pieces that I've had the longest, or that I don't like quite as much as the insert large number of other pieces of this character that they still own. All right, I want to make sure, though, that they go to a good home.
no, I've had to do that as well too. I mean, I've been a collector for a very long time, and there's sometimes just gets to a point where you're like, this isn't my favorite piece of merch. I don't think, if I have a limited amount of
Yeah.
space, I
It's
don't
not
think
that
I
you
want
don't like it
to.
at all, but that,
Right, it's
on
just
that tier list of, okay, I don't like it as much as these other ones.
right. I mean, I like prize figures. They're very affordable. Them can be quite nice for what they are. But sometimes I'm like, it's so common. I think I would rather get a really nice, like, a bit more expensive, but like a scale figure of a
Yeah.
character or something. Which, if you're familiar, if you collect it all, there was recently Wonderfest 2025, and OneFest is a convention where a lot of figure companies in Japan will show off prototypes or sculpts that aren't painted yet of
Yeah.
figures to come out
Yeah, it's
that
a big
year.
trade show.
Yes, yes. There's also some garage kits as well. So some small time, I guess, indie figure makers, they will have limited runs, like 50 of this garage kit, and you build it and you paint it, yourself at home. It's really cool. It's really cool. But a lot recently came out for two of my main fandoms, so I'm sweating. I'm sweating. That's so much money.
Uh-oh.
It's a lot, really.
How do you
Mhm.
display most of your merch? Do you have the glass cases? Do you have them on shelves?
So I did actually used to have the glass cases. It's kind of a staple. If you go to any figure collector forum, Reddit, anything like that, you will see people use the IKEA Detolf, tiered glass display case. I had 3 of those, entirely filled. And then I had 4 bookshelves that were entirely filled. And then, of course, there's the wall stuff as well, which goes, occupies the wall space. So there was also that. And I did end up getting rid of the glass display cases, mostly because they are the worst things in the world to move.
I can imagine.
I wrapped mine. Each one was wrapped in 2 comforters and then duct taped. It was ridiculous, and I had 3 of them, and I'm like, I don't ever want to do that again. That's horrible. It was really bad, and then so now I use just bookshelf. I have a very minute collection, portion of my collection displayed right now, and it takes up a full big IKEA Billy bookshelf with the extender.
Oh wow.
Yep. And it's most of it is filled with stuff that I've collected more recently. So I still have all of my collection actually in storage, and I miss it. I do.
It sounds like you usually pick 1 or 2 characters per series as opposed to assembling the cast, as it were.
So that's where I'm kind of getting to now. Because one of my main favorite fandoms is Madoka Magica, and the core series has 5 main girls, 6 if you count the movie, but for the sake of ease, we're gonna say 5. I was collecting for all 5 of them. As you can imagine, that gets to be a lot of space, a lot of money, it's a lot of time, making sure you're completing sets, things of that sort. And it just got to be a lot. And for a while, I felt so bad. I felt like I'm upsetting those characters.
You're letting the other ones down.
Yeah, because then it's like, okay, I'm picking these main 2. These are the 2 I'm gonna collect for. And in my head, I'm like, they're gonna be so upset when I don't get the whole line of plushies.
They're being left out in the cold.
Right, I feel so bad. And of course, the ones that I like, they're the most popular. And so, if you don't get something right away, it sells out, and then you got to deal with the aftermarket.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah.
Whew.
You were talking about there's the prize figures, which are usually mass produced, in that if you sell one of those, that at the same time, okay, if I decide, actually, I missed that figure, I do want it back, you can find it pretty easily because there's just literally hundreds of thousands of those things made. They are meant to be mass market, but that if it is a more limited piece, even if it's not necessarily, okay, only 50 of these exist, but even a market population, to use sort of the economic term of 10,000, that's not a lot. Some of these can be really difficult to find, and like you said, if it's not gotten in that initial release wave, you're going to have to deal with the second-hand market. And even if it's not being deliberately scalped, you're usually going to have to pay a markup of some amount.
There's even some prize figures. I have a couple of prize figures in my collection from the Berserk movies, the Band of the Hawk series. And I have a couple of prize figures by Crane King. And they go for a lot of money now because they don't make them anymore. They weren't very popular. So sometimes there's even a prize figure where you're like, whoa, why is this $200? It's a prize figure. And it's like, well, it's hard to come by.
Yep.
And I have the set too. I have Guts and Griffith.
Yeah. And like you said, ironically, the ones that can become the most valuable are the ones that are less popular on release, because if they aren't popular on release, they're usually not going to continue making them. They're just going to say, all right, we made this first initial order of X thousand here, and they didn't sell well, so we didn't get another order from the manufacturer, from the IP holder, so we didn't make more, and it just means that there's less. And then if it hits some sort of spike in interest because I'd imagine there was a big spike when the mangaka passed away a couple years ago, that suddenly people are looking for this more actively again, and that the number of figures isn't out there. Whereas if it's Jujutsu Kaisen, which is one of the biggest things in anime and manga right now, inevitably those figures are going to be made wave after wave after wave because it is so popular.
Yeah, when things are popular, there's a pretty high chance that you'll get to see a re-release. So I have a couple of Madoka Magica scale figures where they're quite big. They're really nice. They're beautiful sculpts. And I got them wave 1. They sold out. And I was like, whew, I'm seeing them on aftermarket for like $800. And I'm like, whew, I dodged a bullet there. I'm glad I got them when I did. Now they're being re-released. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? I'm glad people who want them will be able to get them without paying, aftermarket scalper prices.
Yeah, and at least you got yours at MSRP. That I feel bad for the folks who are like, okay, I don't expect this to get another release, so I'm going to pay that $800 markup because I really want this figure, and I don't think it'll be more.
Yeah.
And then, wait, a month later, you mean they're making more and the prices just got halved? No! But such are the risks of being a collector.
Exactly, yeah. There's times where I've made that mistake too. Something new comes out, it's at a cafe, it's a limited cafe in Japan, and I'm like, you know what? I might have to go through a proxy service to get this stuff. And I do. And then sometimes you see that stuff in a lot for 700 yen, and you're like, cool. Glad I did that. But it's just a roll of the dice. Roll of the dice. That's all what it comes down to.
Do you have a grail figure? That is to say, one that you want to find, whether it's rare or just expensive and you're not likely to necessarily buy it right now, but something that you know is out there that you want to one day own that you don't have right now?
So, yes, actually. No one's ever asked me that. Oh, it's so exciting. So it's another Madoka Magica figure. It was released closer to when the original series came out, and it was an exclusive special prize from a lottery from a convenience store.
Oh yeah, those are all the ones that the lottery ones.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it was the super special prize, so like there was only one lottery. And, of course, different stores had their own lottery, so there's probably a handful of them out there.
A couple hundred, maybe low thousands, but probably under 5 figures in terms of number.
Yeah, I would not put it past Lawson to have less than probably 100 of those in circulation.
Oh, wow, that's
there's
few.
A figure. Yeah, no, I think I've only seen one for sale.
Whoa.
One for sale, and it was going for almost $400. It was a figure of Homura as a cheerleader, and she has the little pom-poms, and it's like so cute. It's adorable. And I'm like, oh, that would be so cool. But then you see the price, and you're like,
yeah.
Oh, what happened here? Why is this so much? So, I mean, there's that one. I guess, not that I planned it to be that way, but back when Kill la Kill came out, if anybody remembers that one.
Oh boy, Kill la Kill, yeah!
Yeah, so when that came out, I really liked it. I thought it was super cool. I got a couple of figures. They were prize figures, I believe. And I still have them, and I look them up every now and again, and I'm like, whoa! These are going for way more than I paid for them. Mind you, at the time, I got them on Amazon. They couldn't have been more than like $40, which still was probably a bit too much, but American Amazon, Japanese import, I understand. But I look it up now, and gosh, hold on. Let me see if I can find this figure.
Meanwhile, I'm sure we're going to be getting a lot more Madoka figures in the coming year with them finally, what has it been now? Probably 8-9 years since Rebellion that we're finally getting, forget the full name of the movie.
Yeah, so there was the series, then there's Rebellion, then they did the spin-off series, and now they have Walpurgis Nacht. That's the name
Oh yeah,
of the
Walpurgis Nacht Rising. Yes, that's what it is, yeah.
Yes. And then, oh, I did find the figure. It's a Sega Kill la Kill premium figure. I got it for about 40 bucks. It's going for about $150 now.
Whew.
And that's just the Ryoko one. I do have, what is it? Is it Satsuki? No, Satsuki. Is that her name?
Satsuki?
Gosh, I haven't watched... Satsuki, yeah. I haven't watched it in forever, can you tell? But I have the set, so I'm like... They're sitting in my storage. I'm like, maybe it's time for me to give it to someone who, like, really actively enjoys the series.
Do you usually rotate the figures that you have in terms of what's in your room versus in storage, or is it more frequently if something goes to storage that it's probably going to stay there for a while?
So, my storage is actually not very close to me. It's a several-hour drive.
Oh my.
So, yeah. Yep. I have them at a relative. So they're safely tucked away in a temperature-controlled area. So that's really my only concern, because there's times where if it's too hot or too cold, a figure can, deform. It can melt a bit, or it can become very brittle. So you have to be careful about that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I have them all stored, and if I have my whole collection, there are times where I'm like, I need to redo the whole setup. And I will spend an entire day dusting them and rearranging them. I'm like, okay, now this looks nice.
At whichever point you had the... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, my gosh, I'm sorry. As of right now, I actually did just reorganize. I was trying to find a setup where everything, fit really well. And like the symmetry was nice, because I always want to make sure it's like a nice display.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I want to display the characters and, of course, the merchandise. But I want you to walk in the room and be like, oh, wow. Oh, that's nice. That's what I aim for. I love doing that, especially with people that don't collect, especially like anime figures. They walk in, they're like, oh, whoa. Wow, yeah. It's like a whole thing. And I'm like, yep, it's like a museum. I love it. I love it.
I was actually about to use the exact phrase museum, that I'm not much of a collector myself. I have maybe 5 figures, and most of them are very old, just sort of ones that I picked up along the way. I love looking at pictures of figures. That I think they're really cool. I love seeing the different builds and different styles, but it's just something that for whatever reason, for me personally, it doesn't click, Marie Kondo doesn't spark joy to have them on my shelf or to have those collections assembled, but that I will frequently just look up different figures for different characters or series I like and still appreciate them digitally in that way. But
right,
I know
it's
folks...
so funny you bring up Marie Kondo too. I love her.
But I know folks who really do get that joy from collecting, that, like you said, it's your museum, that you actively curate everything and you want to make sure that the displays are good. You have your different exhibits of, this is the Madoka exhibit, this is the Jujutsu Kaisen exhibit. At whichever point you had the most unique exhibits on display at the same time, how many different exhibits was it? How many different series or characters?
Oh my goodness. Well,
so not even necessarily like the number of items per character, but just different exhibits.
Oh man, well, I guess I could start from the first collection. The first collector item I ever had was given to me by a family member. It was a Devil May Cry figure from Devil May Cry 4. It was Dante. And it was a Kotobukiya figure. It is beautiful, stunning, gorgeous. I love it to this day. And eventually I got the Nero counterpart from the 4th game as well. And, over the years, gosh, I think it was Devil May Cry, and then it was Madoka Magica, and then I dabbled in collecting vinyls because I got really into the band Ghost, if you're familiar with them. So I actually have a bit of physical merchandise from Ghost. I also have a bit of a manga collection. I have my Ida bags on display as well. I have my Gato merch. I have a bit of a Mod Podge, honestly. I probably have about 6 or 7 fandom that I dabble in. And not all of them are anime related either. There was a while where I was collecting fun socks. Kind of like how people would collect funny ties. Or like mugs or something. But yeah, I do that. I do vinyls. I really like magazines, though I try really hard not to collect them because of how much space they take up and how heavy they are to move. They're so heavy. Yeah, gosh, I've had so many. And of course, my husband has his own collections. I've slowly gotten him into collecting as well.
Yes, good.
Yeah, so now he builds Gundams and he displays them all and they look super cool. Magic cards, I actually got him sort of back into Magic along with his friends. I take all the credit for that one. But yeah, there's Magic cards, now the Gundam card as well.
Yeah, I was going to mention you have a Gundam TCG opening tomorrow, I think it is. And those cards have, to my understanding, been hard to come by.
Yep. We were very lucky. We got a full big box of them, and I am so excited. Though I'm probably not nearly as excited as he is for it. He's gonna be sleeving them and looking through them like, oh, look at this, and I'm like, I like big robots.
But it's neat that you've each gotten the other into a card game. So he's sort of getting you into Gundam, and that's a new TCG, that this is actually the first set, but that you got him into Magic. So what is your relationship with Magic? To my understanding, you don't play a whole bunch super actively, but you mentioned specifically that you got him into it, not the other way around. So there must have been some degree there.
So he was into it when he was younger. When he was younger, he played a bit, and then the cards kind of went into a shoebox storage, and it wasn't really a thing that was thought about. And then I remember I told him a story about somebody that was, they were flirting with me in high school, and they were like, let me teach you how to play Magic. And so I was like, okay, sure. So I get to the point where I'm like, okay, I know how to play the base of the game. Let's actually play. And the way that this person decided to try and woo me is to kill me with 20 birds in Magic the Gathering, and that pissed me off so much.
How romantic. Yes.
Yeah, right? Like, surely I will woo this woman by destroying her in a Magic the Gathering game. It didn't work, spoilers. But I was so personally offended by that move because that was petty.
Became a campaign of vengeance.
I was like, I'm never gonna touch this again. And then, I'm with my husband, I'm living with him. I see the Magic cards in the closet. Like, oh my gosh, not this game again.
It's come back to haunt me.
Yeah, we're looking through them. I'm like, all right, I forgot the art was pretty cool. And he's like, yeah, it is. Gosh, I haven't played this in forever. And then this whole time, his friends are getting into it now. And they have all these nice decks and all this cool stuff. And so now, he has a quote-unquote Gundam-themed Magic deck. It's all like machines or something. I'd have to ask him. I really don't know what they're called. And then he was offering to help put together a Jurassic Park dinosaur Magic the Gathering deck for me. But yeah, so it's not necessarily that I got him into it, I guess. It's more like I rekindled an interest. And I told him the same story. And now he's like, do you want to play? And I'm like, not if there's birds in the deck. Not if there's birds in the deck.
She says that she has a bird on her hand.
Right. Well, Yume's very different. Yume is nice and would never beat me in a Magic the Gathering game.
No, certainly not.
But, yeah. Actually, he has a friend that has a Hatsune Miku deck. And then,
that's right. They did have some of those cards. It wasn't like a full set, but they had, they're called secret layers where there's like, 4 or 5 card curated collections. So there's some, I think, 15 or 20 Miku cards that have been printed.
Yep, and he has all of them. I don't even want to know how much money he spent on those.
Depends again,
He also
did he buy them at release or secondhand market? Because same thing with the figures, that if you got them from the source at release, then you probably only paid 40, 50 bucks for like one of the small collections. But if you didn't get that and had to buy secondhand, it can vary.
Yep. And this friend that he has this crazy luck, so he probably didn't buy it on the secondhand market. He probably just popped into a random card shop, bought a pack, and was like, "Yeah, let's see. I have $10 to throw away," and then he probably got the most expensive card.
Well, those actually didn't. They weren't in boosters. That those were sold as boxed collections.
Right.
But that he very well could have had the luck of, all right, logged in and got through the line or won that lottery and didn't have to bother with secondhand still.
Yep. It's just funny because I think it's happened 3 times now where we will go to a card shop with this friend and I'll be like, "You pick out whatever pack," and I open it and there's something like really good in it. I'm like, "How do you keep doing this? You can't
the
keep
magic
getting away
touch.
with this." It's so weird. It's so funny though. Oh my gosh. But yeah, he's done that with Pokemon, with Magic, and there was another card game where the same thing happened. I was like, "How do you keep getting away with this?"
He can't keep getting away with it.
You're right. He's gathering all the magic. Someone needs to stop him.
My RNG, at least when it comes to gacha, whether it's gacha games or just booster packs, is historically terrible. I feel like I induce luck in others that if a friend is opening a pack near me, that they will get a good pull. But if I'm buying a pack for myself, not so much. I lead others to the prize I cannot have.
Oh gosh. It's so funny. My gacha luck in games is either really good or just absolute dog water. It's just the worst.
And I feel like I'm really lucky in real life for just circumstances and such. I've had some absurd luck, frankly. And if I have to choose, do I get the gacha luck or the everyday luck? I'll take the everyday luck. So I'm not going to complain. And if I min-max there, so be it. But I don't play much gacha because it never ends well. The few times I've tried, it's just been pain.
Yep. I think, what was it? One of my friends was playing Nikki, one of the gacha games, and they handed the phone to me, and they're like, "Here, you give me a roll. You use that streamer luck." And I'm like, "It's not a thing, but all right." And I hit it, immediately hit like two SSR characters. I was like, "No way! No way!" It was ridiculous. It's like I got 2 of the newest character, and I'm like, "What are the odds? What are the odds?" And then in real life too, I have what is it? I'm pretty good when it comes to big stuff, when it comes to luck, but never ask me to bet on a coin toss. I will lose every time. It's so bad. It's so bad. Oh my goodness. If there's ever option 1 or option 2 and you want me to choose one, I'm gonna choose wrong.
Get the other one.
Yep, pretty much.
Do you have any favorite cards for any TCG at all? Do you find that you tend toward a certain style or creature type? Obviously not birds, but there are so many other types of cards.
Right, no birds. I think Pokemon, probably. That's the one I enjoy opening the most. Even though I don't play the game. I think they're so fun. I love all of the different art styles that they have.
Yeah.
That they introduced into the game. And honestly, I love seeing Cubchoo. Anytime I see Cubchoo on a card, I'm
that
like,
little snot-nosed bear.
he's just a little baby. I love him so much. He's so cute.
Yeah, and Pokemon cards definitely have that very wide variety in terms of art style that for Magic, they have diversity in terms of their promo cards, can go some pretty wild places like the Miku ones, but that each set has a pretty cohesive artistic style and identity, that they will have style guides for their artists, and that since they're doing world building and universe building, really, that they want to make sure things are pretty consistent in their depiction. But Pokemon cards have taken the entire opposite approach pretty historically, that they'll have ones that are done in, like clay, or there's the ones that have been
I love the clay
needlepoint and
ones.
felt. Others will be very cartoony. Others will be very grandiose and realistic, and that even for within the same set or within the same line of Pokemon within the same set, that they let their artists have pretty free reign over things.
It's so cool, just all the different options you have. If you have one Pokemon that you really like and you want to collect all the cards, you're going to have so many different styles, and it's just so neat. I love it. I love it so much.
And at the very least, one of your favorites, Cubchoo, I would imagine is not going to be too difficult because it's a basic Pokemon, so it's very rarely going to be one of the super powerful competitive ones. Probably going to be mostly commons and uncommons. It's not a legendary. It's not a starter Pokemon. It's not an evolution. So I feel like you picked a good one to really like, because my guess is if you wanted to just buy every Cubchoo card, it's not going to be that much. But if you're an Eevee fan or a Charizard fan, if you're a Charizard fan, you're just doomed.
Chew, and I really like Rayquaza. I feel like Rayquaza is a bit more expensive to collect for if I wanted to get, all of his cards. But, yeah, Cubchoo would be really easy. Gosh, you're giving me ideas. Don't make me start another collection.
See your tcgplayer.com. Cubchoo in Pokemon. How many different Cubchoos are there? I'm only seeing 13 results for Cubchoo across TCG Player. The most expensive being a alt art from Scarlet Violet Black Bolt for $9. Every other printing here is under 20 cents. Oh, no, wait, there's one $2.50 one. The rest are all under 20 cents. To buy one of each Cubchoo variant here would cost you probably about, it'd be under $20. Probably about $15. Plus shipping,
Sick.
But...
Plus shipping.
You could
get
that pretty easily.
Throw that in.
It's really just that one alt art that ends up having in. And that other one that's $2.50, the Master Ball pattern, because I know they have like variants of ones that'll be like the reverse hollow with the Master Ball, but $2.50, $9, that's nothing.
In the grand scheme of things, I mean, I've sold a Pokemon card for well over $100.
Yeah,
so it's like, that's very reasonable.
You'll probably open a card tomorrow from the Gundam TCG that would be able to pay for all of these.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's so funny. Ugh.
But I have a friend who's super into, I forget if it was Sylveon or it was one of the evolutions, and just, those have dozens upon dozens of printings, and they're all rares, and they all have alternate arts, and they're all foil, and then some of them are competitively viable, and that you can get a couple of them for $1 or $2. Some of these can be pretty cheap if they're not competitive, but then you have a couple that are like $150 or $75, and it's just a lot.
Yep. I had a card, actually. I opened it, and it was a really good one. It was actually going for like crazy money, and I was like, whoa, why is it so expensive? Because at the end of the day, it is a piece of cardboard. So I'm like, what's the deal with it? Why do they get so expensive? It can't be that rare, right? And I looked it up, and it's because it was super broken in the game.
Yep.
And so yeah, my husband was like, if you're gonna sell it before they ban it.
That is correct, yes. That for the most part, and especially in modern TCG distribution, there's much less value in holding cards than there used to be. That the reason that some of the prolific cards, Black Lotus from Magic the Gathering, base set Charizard, the reason that those are so valuable isn't because they are particularly powerful, but they are coveted as nostalgic, and that they were released at a time when distribution was just not what it is nowadays. That the sheer number of those cards that was printed is probably less than 10% of what any given card printed nowadays will be. So baseline, there's fewer to begin with, but then you also have the overtime, and especially in those early days when collecting wasn't as much of a thing, that how many got thrown in the trash, how many got lost to time in yard sales or in attics, or just damaged because people didn't play with card sleeves, that you were just, putting your Black Lotus on the pavement in the schoolyard when you were playing with the opponent, and that for whichever amount have still survived the test of time, how many are actually in moderately good condition. But now there's just so many that what'll end up spiking the value, like you said, is if it's something that's competitive, because then, all right, I am paying this amount to get the card, but if I'm then winning tournaments which are giving me prize packs or whatever, that it becomes, almost quote unquote, it generates revenue in a way, for lack of a better term. But that whether it gets banned, goes out of rotation or whatever, the odds of it retaining the value or going up in the way that classic cards do is just so much less. So sell high, sell now.
Yep. I believe, oh gosh, if I remember right, at its peak, it was selling for about $275. And
I've
I was
heard
like,
of a couple
for
like
a
that, yeah.
card? Holy cow. And I missed the peak. That's fine. Because at the end of the day, I honestly, I don't usually sell my Pokemon cards. I just toss them in a binder and I'm like, yep, I'll look at these sometimes for sure. That's about it. But that one, yeah, I held on to it and I was like, what do I even do? And, people are like, oh, you should get a PSA rated. Or some people are like, you shouldn't get a PSA rated. And I'm like, well, now what is the truth? It's so confusing.
It gets much more complex if you're going for grading cards, and I'm not educated enough to give any really informed commentary on that one.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. As soon as it's brought up, I'm like, I don't even know. Don't even know. On top of it, too, someone was like, yeah, it's an okay condition. I'm like, what do you mean okay? It looks fine. They're like, there's like a little crumb of a speck on the corner.
Yes, there's a small scratch there. So it's a imperfection. It is lightly played now, not mint condition.
Right, and I'm like, I opened the container. What do you mean? It's so funny.
What gets me is when it's a little bit off center. How can you tell? I'm like squinting. It's like, okay, I guess there's a couple more pixels of yellow border on that side than the other side.
What? You can't even, it's not even preventable at that point.
No, that's just manufacturing variance.
That's so silly. I remember, actually, I had a misprint. Pokemon card. And it was an older one. I believe it was Parasect.
Ooh.
And, yeah. And I was like, oh, that's cool. That's probably something. But it disappeared. It disappeared.
Oh, no!
I had people over and it was gone and I don't know who took it. If you took my misprint Parasect card,
there was a Parasect snapping.
I'm coming for you. Give it back right now. It's just, I was like, man, of all the things you could have took. Scene.
So you said you don't play Pokemon TCG much. I forget. Have the games been anything for you, really? Like the video games, that is?
Surprisingly not. I'm more of a fan of collecting the physical cards for the art. I think that they are art pieces. But the games itself, I've never been a big fan of turn-based gameplay. It's always...
Okay.
I know it's a strategy thing, but I'm just like... I like hack and slash. I like going in and just ripping and tearing through stuff. You
mentioned that your all-time favorite is Devil May Cry, and that was actually the first figure you were given.
Yes, yep. It was the first figure I was given. That was the first, story-based game where I was really like, I'm into this. I really like this. Yep.
How do you end up with Devil May Cry, of all things, and I guess, what approximate age were you? Was this something, young teens? Was this something a bit later in life that you encountered? What was your journey with Devil May Cry?
So, I started off not actually playing the game. I was playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
Oh.
And Dante is a selectable character there. And he was one of my favorite to play. So at some point, like years after I was still playing it, and I was like, I wonder what he's from actually, because they're all from different stuff.
Yeah.
What's he from? And so I picked it up. I actually watched the Devil May Cry anime, not the newest one, of course, the Madhouse one. And I was like, oh, whoa, it's an anime? Sick. I watched that. And then I watched all of the cutscenes for all of the games. And then I started playing them. And I played 1, 2, 3, 4. At the time, 5 was not out yet. I have, however, played it since. I love it. It's so fun. But, yeah. I didn't play them in order, though. I played the 4th one first. Then I started doing 1, 2, and 3. So I played them a little backward.
I have not had any significant interaction with Devil May Cry myself. That I've certainly been aware of it for ages and ages. I think I became aware of it sometime around 3 or 4. But it's just never one that I wound up getting into myself, and that it's... We live in a embarrassment of riches age in terms of entertainment, that there's far too many good games, movies, anime, what have you, to watch, see, and play, and it's on that ever-growing list. Everyone has their list of, oh, I know I need to play it, and then for everything you take off that list, 5 more things get added, and Devil May Cry is somewhere on there for me.
Right, it was Devil May Cry, and then I think much later I ended up playing Bayonetta, because they're very similar. They're similar but distinctly different. And so I was like, oh, this is so cool. This is so cool. I love whatever this type of game. And that's when I think my uncle was like, oh, you like hack and slash? Cool. I didn't know that about you. And I was like, yeah, I guess I do. And so that uncle, anytime, he came for Christmas, he was like, here, I found another Devil May Cry thing for you. Yes.
Aw, that's so sweet.
It was my favorite part of Christmas. Other relatives got me socks. Thank you, relatives, for getting me socks. I know I need those. But, I was like, ooh, Devil May Cry art book. Things like that.
I can imagine that must have been something that, other relatives who aren't familiar with it might be surprised of just like, okay, wait, so Gentle likes this, very, like, edgy, seemingly violent. I know that it's not, it's not doom, blood, and guts.
Violent.
Yeah, it's cartoonish. It's very campy. I think camp is the best way I can describe Devil May Cry.
100%.
Initially, I thought it was more hack and slash, grimdark, edgy, and then, you take one proper glance and it's like, oh no, this is wacky, this is silly.
Yeah.
This is extra.
Yeah, Wacky Wahoo Pizza Man is it's a meme for a reason. But yeah, all my other relatives were like, what do you like? What are some things you're into? Are you in any sports? And I'm like, I like Devil May Cry. And they're like, what is that?
You like devils? But why do you like crying devils?
You're right. They're like, is this like a religious thing? And I'm like, well, the way I see it, maybe.
Depends on who you ask.
Right. Like, I have a shrine to it. In that sense, it's kind of religious. But, yeah. A lot of my relatives were like, we're not even gonna try and understand. We'll just keep getting you socks. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
At least you have that one uncle who knows.
Right, that one uncle. He's very consistent, because his thing was also video games. He was getting, he was burning floppy disks with games on them since I was a very young elf. So yeah, he burned me my first copy of Devil May Cry. I still have it somewhere. I buy my games now, but
back in the day, I didn't know that there were any Devil May Cry that ran on floppy disks actually.
So there wasn't specifically for Devil May Cry, but when I was very young, I'm talking like maybe 4 years. I had a Nintendo 64. And there's an attachment you could get that you would like put on top, you like click in on top, and if you burned a floppy disk, if you put games on a floppy disk, you could put it in, and it was essentially like, it was the only way you could really run these, these burned copies. And so I had probably a stack of about 30, 35 floppy disks, and each of them had anywhere 3 to 6 games on them. So, yeah, that was my introduction to video games.
Old school emulation right there.
Yep. And then the Sega Dreamcast. I actually didn't have any burnt discs or games for that. I had one demo disc that had, I think, demos for 5 games, and that's when I got into Dead or Alive. There was a demo for Dead or Alive on there, and I really, really liked the character Kasumi. Yep, the Dreamcast mention! But I really liked that game.
And that's another one where you hear the title and you think one thing, and then you see what the game is, and it's definitely not what the title would initially have you think. That you think, Dead or Alive, oh man, it's going to be this, like, real, again, grimdark type of thing, and then it is, not.
It's just silly goofy. And then, that's not even including the volleyball games.
I was going to say, it depends which Dead or Alive series are we talking here, because neither is going to be the grimdark that it sounds like, but one goes even farther from that.
Right, so I did like the ones where it was the fighting. I actually didn't find out about the volleyball ones until much later. And I believe my uncle actually accidentally got one of them, burned them for me, and so I put it in, and I was like, hey, this isn't Dead or Alive. Whoa.
Whoa.
What's going on here? But, yeah, I really like that game. I believe they've got to be done making those. I think they made the 6th one, and I haven't heard anything since.
When was the last one? Now I'm curious. I'm going to have to do a quick glance. When was the last Dead or Alive made? It says 2025 Venus Vacation Prism Dead or Alive Extreme, which is dating sim.
Oh, no!
Only available in select Asian countries. Did not get a global release. Dead or Alive 6 came out in 2019, so it's been about 6 years since the last one there.
Oh, that hurts.
But it was 7 years between Dead or Alive 5 and 6. 5 came out in 2012 to 6 and 19. So Dead or Alive may not be dead. They just take their time between it.
Thank goodness. I think the last one got a little bit of flack for having, like, you could buy cosmetics. And people are like, but if I buy all of them, that's so much money. And it's like, yeah, you're probably not supposed to buy all of them, only the ones you want. I don't know. Yeah, right, apparently, yeah, there's a dating sim. I'll have to find that. If I can find that, oh my gosh. I'd play the Dead or Alive dating sim on stream. Unless, actually, I don't know if people
March
like it.
For PS4, 5, and Windows via Steam. So I'd imagine, I don't know off the top of my head, you might have to, like, set your Steam account to Japan or something, but I'd imagine it wouldn't be too difficult to get. Though it would probably be all in Japanese, so I don't know if you have any fluency in Japanese or if we would need to be translating every single line here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have my phone up with Google Translate as I play, and I'll be like, okay, so here she's saying that she wants to go on a date with me. Sick. That's gonna be the gameplay, pretty much.
I guess you need a second phone because you have your first phone to track your model, and then you have a second that it just has Google Translate on it that is being held up the whole time.
Yep. Yeah, maybe I'll find a friend. I do have a friend that's not fluent in Japanese, but they're like intermediate. They've taken classes and stuff. They've been to Japan. So maybe I'll bug them. I'll be like, hey, come play this dating simulator with me. They're gonna be like, what are you dragging me into?
And somebody earlier mentioned, you were talking about Yakuza, that Goro Majima, as many people are a fan of.
I love Majima. He's so silly, goofy. I love him. But he's so nice. Like, he's genuinely a very nice person in the game. And so I'm like, is he evil? I don't know. I'm not that far in the game. But he's nice right now.
He's chaotic neutral, I think.
Okay, all right. I can.
I say
can
this
get
is
with
someone
that.
who has only played the first 4 chapters of Yakuza Kiwami, so I don't have much to go off of, but it's certainly Goro at that point in time in that first game is an antagonist. But he is already very playful. You can tell that he's taking joy in fighting and potentially hurting Kiryu, but not out of malice. This is my buddy, and this is how I express my affection, through fighting. But I understand that he goes through much more complex and differing relations with the player character over the different games.
Right, yeah. So far, I think I've played about 60 hours of Zero. And as of right now, he's still, like, is he silly? Yeah, he's silly, but he's still relatively normal. Relatively. I'm waiting for him to cut his hair and go apeshit. But right now he still has the eye patch and the ponytail, and he's like the manager of what's the name of the club, the cabaret club. It's so good. I don't want to spoil it for you though. I don't think you haven't played that one, right?
I have not, but that sounds like not spoiler at that point, because it's earlier in the game that's sort of established. So, yeah.
Right.
Another one of those series, much like Devil May Cry for me, that is on the list. But I've, like I said, at least started to play Kiwami. That was like half a year ago, and then I fell off and haven't opened it since. But I would say that my odds of picking Yakuza back up and actually getting through that are much higher than Devil May Cry, at least in the short term.
No, that's understandable. I mean, there's so much content packed into Yakuza as well. It's one of those games where, like, I put it down, but as soon as I pick it up, I'm immediately like, you walk down the street and there's a side quest that just pops up. And you're like, oh, hello. Like, what was it? I booted up the game within 2 minutes. There's a girl outside of the arcade, and she's like, "Can you win me the pink squirrel plushie?"
Well, I can't not help her.
Yeah, I'm like, oh man, yeah, now I got it. Thankfully, I'm good at the crane game. But, like, if I wasn't, I'd still probably sit there for, like, 30 minutes to try and win this stupid plushie.
And you mentioned to me that you're actually good at crane games in real life, too.
Yes! That is a hidden talent. I am very good at them. I've been to... There's quite a few Round 1 arcades in the US, and it's a Japanese crane game and arcade franchise, but they're over in the US as well.
Yeah.
And I've been to a handful.
Because
and
Japanese
every
and
time,
American crane games are very different beasts.
Very different. So yeah, when I say I'm good at crane games, I'm good at Japanese games. Not so much the American ones.
To be fair, I don't think that there is much being good at American ones, that they notoriously are much more rigged.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of the prizes in them usually.
Yeah, it's just actually not much good stuff in there.
That. There was this one plushie. Oh, I wanted it so bad. It was a SpongeBob plushie, and it was so cute, and I couldn't win it, and I'm still so upset. I think about that plushie every now and again. But yeah, when I go to Round 1, I know the methods. I got the skills. Got the skills. I remember I went with a group of friends for a birthday party, and I got my card loaded up. I walked away for like not even a minute, and my friends turn around and I'm holding a figure. They're like, "Where did you get that?" And I'm like, "I want it." Like, how did you do that? We were turn around for less than a minute. I'm like,
yeah, it only took me one try.
Exactly, it only took me one try. But yeah, the plushies, I'm good at winning the plushies. The ones I'm not the best at are the small ones in Round 1. They have the smaller crane games.
Oh yeah, the ones that are like stacked cubes, kind of.
Kind of like that. And they have like the smaller like plushie keychains. I'm not the best at those. And I think because they're cheaper, they do make them a bit harder.
Yeah, and those are much more
Um,
reminiscent of American crane games for those smaller ones.
yes, definitely. But last time I went is when they had the Hive
Oh, that's
collection
right.
out. Yes, and I was so upset. There was two little keychain, little plushy head keychains that I could not get. It was the Marin and the Fubuki, and those are the two I wanted the
Oh,
most.
no.
I got Gura, I got Ina, I got Fuamoko, and I think I got one more. Nope, I just got those four. But I could not get Fubuki or Marin, and I was so sad.
Even
But now
among
they sit
Japanese
at
crane
my
games,
desk.
that there's a
Mhm.
bunch of different designs. That there's the one where you need to actually pick it up and bring it over. The crane has a not the classic three-prong, but it's called the UFO catcher if memory serves. But then there's the ones that you need to like push downward, and there's others that you need to nudge across, like left or right, so it will fall into something. Is there a particular style that you are best at?
Excellent at the UFO catchers. I am pretty dang good at the ones where you have to like nudge the boxes off of the two bars. You have to get them to fall in between. I'm pretty good at that. I am also pretty good at the one, and I'm not sure what it's called, but usually it's an item in a box. It has a little sticky tab and with a hang off part that's
Oh
like
yeah, and you need
with
to
a
nudge it
circle.
off the hook.
Well, the ones that I'm really good at are the ones where you have to aim to get the piece like right inside of the hole,
Oh,
and then
okay, yeah,
it
different one,
hooks
yeah.
it. Yes, I'm really good at that one for some reason. I'm not good at the ping pong ball drop one because it's mostly chance.
Yeah, that
So
feels much more luck-based.
that one it is. You can cheese it if you really want to sometimes. Because you're supposed to, for any of those who are not familiar, there is a pan that has little circles in it, like a takoyaki pan almost. And you're supposed to use the claw to grab ping pong balls and drop them inside of the pan so it lands in the pan indents. But the way you win the prize is you have to get a ping pong ball in a specific one that's like marked with a sticker or something. And technically, if there's like a few that are in the pan already when you get there, the strat is you can use the claw to pick up the little grates around it and move the ping pong balls that are already inside.
Oh, I haven't even heard of that one. I was thinking, okay, if some are already filled, I know you can sort of get it via inevitability of if you get all of the ones surrounding it filled, that you're much more likely to have something drop and then bounce in because it's the only spot that it will be able to get to at that point. I hadn't actually heard of or thought of, all right, let's just pick up the thing that already has it in it to begin with and move it.
You pick up the little grates because they usually have these little metal like grates around it that are kind of zip tied to make a little cube, a little enclosure for the for the thing, if you will. And if you grab it, usually it allows you to it picks it up just enough to nudge over
enough.
some of the ping pong ball. And that's only worked for me a couple of times. I actually won one of those off a really weird chance in the Crane Game mobile app. They have mobile apps where you can play crane games.
Yeah, I've seen those.
And
That, you're operating a machine in Japan and they will ship it to you.
Yep, and that's what it was. I won a Hatsune Miku figure. It just by a weird chance, I dropped the ping pong ball way off course, but it bounced in and hit the exact one. I was like, that's never happening again. That's never gonna happen ever again.
Sometimes you get the lucky bounce.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I had something fairly similar, just very odd chance. With a giant cinema roll plushie. And it just so happened I got it just right. It wasn't gonna fall. But then something happened. I couldn't even tell you what it was. It fell in and I was like, oh!
Not gonna ask how.
And now
we take those wins.
And now I have a 2-foot-tall cinema roll plushie somewhere in my house.
That phrasing sounds menacing. Somewhere in this house, there is a 2-foot roll cinnamon roll plushie. It will see you before you see it.
Right, yeah. Gosh, the amount of times where I'll bring a weird piece of like merchandise home and I start hiding them around the house. It's a lot. I do that actually a fair amount. Anytime I get a cursed piece of merch, I'll be like, all right, cool. He watches us for a little bit. And then he comes back to my room and I'm like, all right, I'm done freaking out the roommates.
What is the largest single figure that you own in terms of just size?
Ooh. So, if I'm being honest, it's probably a set. But each of them are still very, very tall. It's a set of Goddess Madoka and Akamura. They're both 14 inches tall.
Ooh.
And they go together, actually. If you look at the art, it's the two of them, but they're sold as separate figures, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Right. But, yeah, you put them together, and they're beautiful. They are stunning, stunning figures. I love them to death. But yeah, they're about 14 inches tall, so just over a foot. And they are very difficult to accommodate,
I can
as you
imagine.
might be able to guess, yeah. They don't fit on most bookshelves. I actually kept them in the box. I kept them in the box because I'm like, actually, that's something we didn't even discuss about figure collecting. The boxes. It's really nice to display figures, but then you have a box that takes up just as much room in
If
a
not
different
more.
part of yeah, if not more, in a completely different part of the house. So it's not even, do I have room to display this figure? It's, do I have room to display this figure? Yeah, do I have twice the room? It's ridiculous. But yeah, I kept them in the box because I'm like, I don't have room for the box and the figure, just the figure in the box. But yeah, there's a couple of figures that are on pre-order currently, that are pretty big. I think they're 1/7 scale, which I want to say standard is anywhere between 1/7 to 1/9 scale. But yeah, it's pretty big. It's very wide, and I'm like, oh, where am I gonna put this one? I don't know, but I'll figure it out.
Are those pre-order ones also Madoka or a different series?
Yes, they are. It's Madoka and Homura. If I had to pick one, I would get the Madoka. But they are absolutely gorgeous. I believe. Let's see. Oh, what am I doing? I actually have it. I have it on my wish list. I don't usually put pre-orders on my wish list, but I don't know if you guys or if you noticed how the chat reacts to me having the big microphone on my wish list. They're always like, put more on, and I'm like, no. They're like, do it. So now I have let's see, a 1/7 scale Madoka Magica figure. I can send you a link so you can see it.
Yeah.
It's absolutely gorgeous. And like I said, it does have that Homura counterpart.
Ooh.
It's so pretty. And it looks like this one is about... No, it's just over 14 inches tall.
Oof.
Where am I gonna put this? I'll figure it out.
And that one is currently running at a cool $278 US.
Yep.
Or you can get
Don't worry, they
the
discount
premium
shipping.
welcome price for 60% off at only $230.
Yeah, right? Ugh.
But it is a
Yeah,
very nice figure that it's... I'm going to actually get the image here in OBS, but it's Madoka with her bow inside a soul gem.
I love that artwork so much. And they've had quite a lot of figures come out recently, or be announced recently, because of, the new movie. So there's a figure that is on pre-order right now for almost $1,000. I'll go ahead and I will send you a picture of just what that looks like. It's insane. It looks like it's by Prime One Studios as well. For those who aren't familiar with figures, they make some absolutely insane sculpts. They do
Oh,
Marvel,
wow.
they do superhero stuff. It's, yep, a grand. It's insane.
Gorgeous. So the
Insane.
thing that scares me is, I'm going to get this in OBS as well, but Monica's hair is going in so many different directions. I'd be scared
Yep.
of like the ends of one of her strands of hair breaking.
Yeah, that's a very real fear. I have the Good Smile Company original Goddess Madoka figure. It's a beautiful sculpt. It's so stunning. I have stabbed myself multiple times with how sharp the hair is. Multiple times. I just putting it together, and it just, you put your hand the wrong way, and just, oop, ow, 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 ow. It hurts.
It stabbed me.
Yeah, it stabs you. You gotta be really careful of some of these acrylic, some of these PVC pieces. They can just be, they can be fragile when you don't want them to be, and they can be really sharp when you don't want them to be. But yeah, it's insane. All those little hair pieces, and I think that's why they box them the way that they do.
Yeah, the
'cause, I mean,
packaging is
gotta-
like art unto itself sometimes, whether it's just the foam insert and how exact it is, or however they choose to display it. That someone's entire job is figuring out not how to make the figure, not how to design the figure, but how to get it into a box and make sure that it is going to be as least likely to get damaged and still look very good.
Yep, and that one that's on screen, that one is almost 17 inches tall. 17 inches tall and 15 inches wide.
Yeah,
That
between
is-
her
that is a-
hair and Homero's wings.
Yep, it's a proper statue. And I mean, I have a friend that collects, ironically enough, Spider-Man figures. And she has a few figures, statues by Prime One Studio. They are massive. The boxes that they come in are, I don't even know how to like describe them. They are huge. It's insane. And they're all in her closet too. She's like, should I get rid of the boxes? And I'm like, how else are you gonna
can't.
pack these?
Yeah, that whenever you move or something, that you really can't.
So she's like, well, I guess they'll just occupy half of my closet. I'm like, yeah, that's how it is. That is how it is. And every once in a while, I bring her like a prize figure. When the most recent Spider-Verse movie came out, I actually got her Spider-Man 2099 figure, and she's like, oh wow, it's so small. And I'm like, well, yeah, compared to the giant 2-foot tall figure you have, I'm sure. Yeah, they're very high quality. Prime One Studios, I mean, if you look at their catalog of figures, they've done some absolutely incredible work. It's nuts.
Yeah.
They have usually they have their own big booth at like these figure or like comic conventions, things of that sort, and you could just see the scale. It's incredible.
And I'm sure there's going to be a lot more Madoka and Homura figures coming out in the next year or so, with the Walpurgisnacht Rising it finally coming out. And like we mentioned very briefly earlier, the fact that it's been so long that we were talking earlier this week, and I mentioned that I saw Madoka. It was probably within a year of it finishing airing, so I got to watch it all in one go. I wasn't watching while it was being released, but relatively quickly. In that, for you saw it somewhere around that time, I believe, and just the sheer
Wait,
impact that series
I saw it a
had.
few years later. Yep. One of my favorite facts about that show as well is when it was airing like live on TV, they actually took out one of the names in the title credits because this specific person is known to I guess have a very specific style of writing, of making, shows, and so they're like
Oh,
by showing his name,
that
people will
tips our
know it's
hand.
Yep. They're like, get Generabuchi's name out of there. We can't let the
I
people
didn't
know
know
what
that
this is about.
Because I knew
Yeah?
that Gen Urobuchi was responsible for Madoka. It has become one of his
Responsible for
most
it.
famous works at this point in time. I didn't
Yeah.
know that they obscured his name for the early parts. Because
Yep.
I think we're far past the statute of limitations at this point in time.
Yeah.
It's been some 15 years since it was initially released, and even for the Rebellion movie, that it's 7-8 years at this point. But obviously, the end of episode 3 of Madoka is one of the most infamous, I wouldn't even want to call it scenes, just moments, shots in modern anime.
A gut punch. It was you felt a twist in your stomach. You're like,
It
I
wasn't
didn't
even
know it was gonna be that way.
Yeah, because it wasn't just, we are having a major character death, which is already going to be emotional. It is the entire premise of this series as you thought it would be, as you assumed it would be. Because historically up to this point, Magical Girl series didn't do grimdark. That wasn't a thing. This sort of pioneered that subgenre. So that first moment of, oh, no, this is not a children's show. It was just,
They're like,
on top of it already being a big moment of death, of the realization that the show's premise was a lie. It was a trick. It was a trap the whole time.
Yep. So for the first 3 episodes, Generabuchi's name was not in the title credits. I'm sure they've since put it in.
Oh yeah, of course.
On like the DVD and the Blu-ray
but
versions.
But it makes sense to not have it at broadcast because anybody who knows, for those who aren't familiar with the name Gen Urobuchi, that he is a very storied writer who is known for writing very dramatic and usually tragic stories. That if his name is attached, odds are there's going to be very significant emotions and that you are probably going to lose at least one significant character. Not necessarily early on, but if someone of significance hasn't died by the finale, it's an anomaly in his writing.
Yeah. I mean, he earned the nickname, what is it, Urobutcher?
Yeah, the Urobutcher. Correct. Yeah,
Yep,
I forgot about that one, actually.
Yep, he got that name for a reason. He's known for a thing, and by God, he does it well.
Yeah, and that to his credit, that even though he's known for killing characters, that he doesn't do so flippantly. That the reason that he's been able to get his reputation is because he makes the deaths matter. That he is very good, not perfect, that every writer has their stronger and weaker entries, but generally speaking, he's pretty darn reliable in the way that he writes and that he makes sure that deaths are earned and impactful.
Yeah, I feel like definitely every loss that's had in that show, it's all like it all makes sense. You're like, this is horrible and I didn't want it to happen, but
it's beautiful.
But it is a tragedy. It is a beautiful tragedy. And oh my goodness.
And you get to the end of Madoka proper, and you have this big sort of melancholy, sort of heroic sacrifice of Madoka sort of transcending and becoming Garuka, as people call her. And
yeah, right?
And then
the
you
ultimate
get
sacrifice, and it's
and it is perfectly satisfying. That could have been the end, and it would have been fine, and it would have been bittersweet, but in the end, you would look at that and you would say it is a relatively happy ending. The world is at peace, and that this story for the individual of Madoka was tragic, and Homura suffered immensely, but that they, in their own ways, at the end of 12 episodes, were at relative peace. And then you have the 2 compilation films, which is all fine and dandy. We've seen this story before. It's now just condensed a little bit. And then you get Rebellion. And in the first 5 minutes, you're very confused because there's things there that should not be there. There are people there who should not be there.
Yeah.
And then that sort of disorientation and dread of something is wrong.
It's just you feel it in your stomach. You're like, something isn't right here. And the main character is like, something's wrong here, and you're like, okay, so you're feeling it too. We're both feeling it. What's happening? And then it's like,
it's a whole different type of horror from the normal series because it became. I would not call Madoka the main series a horror series. It is a very tragic, dramatic series, but not horror. The first half of Rebellion felt like a horror film.
It was like a psychological thriller where you're like, I'm so scared because I don't know why these things are happening. They shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, and that all you know is that in this world, if these things we are seeing are happening, it cannot be for a good reason. There is no explanation or cause that could make this not bad, which is ironic because the crux of something's wrong is someone is alive who shouldn't be. A friend is alive who shouldn't be. And at first you'd think, oh, this is wonderful. It's like, no, you being here's a bad thing. I don't know what's going on, but you being here scares me.
Yep. And then down to the end, even at the end, you're sitting there, you're like,
it's like,
okay, did that just really happen?
Just when I first saw the end, because you get to the end and that 3-5 minutes before the end, you think that you are going toward an ending akin to the original of, all right, we have essentially restored the timeline. We have gotten back to our original tragic but happy ending. And it seems like it is about to be once again, all right, the crux of the film and what you're expecting the film's ending to be is we had to undo what on its surface may have seemed like a good thing of this person is alive again and that they're going to not be alive again and this sacrifice has to be made for the greater good. And then it goes wrong.
Just one line. Yep, the one line of just, I've waited so long for this moment, and it all just shatters. Everything goes wrong.
And you think, there's got to be like 10, 15 minutes more of this film, right? There's got to be one more final climactic battle where this thing is then undone, right? Right? Yeah. And no, that's just the end. And then the ending it's of all people, of all characters, of all creatures, to see Kyubey in a state of, for whatever amount that it is capable of emoting, disorientation and fear. And knowing that Kyubey is scared,
Right. To have a creature that doesn't feel emotion, being afraid and confused is petrifying. It's so funny because he's even like, man, human emotions are not something, messed with. They don't make any sense at all. It's weird.
Like this thing that we thought and we're very merciless with, maybe we shouldn't have messed with this. This is even beyond us. Let's just, we might find something else. This is not worth it anymore. This is, I don't like this. And the film ends and you're like, there's going to be more, right? You can't,
and then they
can't end it, right?
And then there's nothing. There's nothing for 7 years, except for the spin-off, which, have you seen the spin-off?
I have not. I've heard it's fine, but it's a spin-off.
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
But at the same time...
It doesn't have my girls in it. I want my girls.
But at the same time, for many years, I looked at the ending of Rebellion and said, gosh, I get the feeling that they would have more, because I feel like the series ultimately does want to be one of hope. And I feel like that at its crux, the story wants to be one of tragic sacrifice and Pyrrhic victory and painful happiness, oxymorons and all, not outright disaster, terror, and just unmitigated tragedy that doesn't quite seem like what it wants to be. But I've also, after 2-3 years goes by and there's no news of anything new, I sort of start side-eyeing saying, are they... For most series, I wouldn't even consider it, but this is Orobuchi. For his magnum opus, would he just go full ham and say, yeah, everything sucks. I'm ending this one on sheer tragedy. This is my ultimate tragedy. I would not have put it past him. So
Mm-hmm.
it became that legitimate question of, is that the proper and intended ending? Because it could have been, and I'd have believed it. At the same time, I'm very happy
Yeah.
that it's not.
You're right. I think definitely the overarching theme of Madoka Magica is hope, even when things feel incredibly bleak, even when things feel bliss. It's to have that belief in your heart that you can be the good that changes fate. And it sounds super corny, but like I really took that message to heart. I watched that show at a very interesting time in my life, and so to see Monica, a character that a lot of people are like, she's so boring, she's so useless, she's so dumb. To see that quote unquote dumb, useless, boring character become the thing that essentially saves the universe, I'll say, it's so special because she, some people are right. She wasn't anything particularly special. What
But
made her
she
special
became
was how
something.
kind she was. She had a big heart and it was full with love, and that's what made her special. And that just, I love that because I think there's a lot of characters that are very kind and they're very sweet, and people mistake that for boring. They're like, what do you mean? She's like, Monica had two supportive parents and a little brother, did pretty good in school and had some friends, and it didn't live a life outside of anything. And so to see her go from someone who's not incredibly confident in her abilities to, harness that kindness that she has and use it as the ultimate good, I think it just, something in me. I was like, I want to be like her. I want to be the good that changes things for the better. And that's why I love that show so much. On top of the tragedy, that part's cool too. But
Yeah, it's a very well executed tragedy that, and like I said, even for the ending that it was, that rebellion was shocking, but it made perfect sense. That nothing in the twist was illogical. Well, it didn't feel like it was BS'd or pulled out of nowhere. That I looked at it and said, "Oh yeah, I see exactly how this could be allowed and how this could happen, and that this ending could happen." That the writing was still consistent in that sense. That there was it wasn't one of those things where you can feel it take a left turn and it's like, okay, wait a minute, you just kind of undermined things you've done. It was no, as much as I hate to admit it, you just paid off every last bit that hadn't been paid off.
Yep. Everything that happens made sense. The only complaint that I've seen people have about the show is they'll say like, why would the character do this? That's not very smart. And I'm gonna be honest.
Emotions aren't always smart.
It's a very emotional series, but two, these girls are 12 to 13 years old.
Yeah.
They're not gonna make the most sound decisions. They're gonna be worried about their friends. They're gonna want to do things. They're gonna want to help everybody because that's how you are when you're a kid.
Mm-hmm.
You want to help everybody as much as you can. And in the show, it really does highlight that sometimes that's not possible. And it really does highlight as well the emotional, mental implications of seeing someone close to you, lose, to not be able to see them again, to realize, to be a preteen girl and realize the finality of death is just, it's such an incredible topic that the show goes over, and it's just so, I love it so much. It does so, for everything it does wrong, it does a million things correct. It does a million things that I love.
And that it shows what I would say are the many possible expressions of love. That at the end of the day, I think that every single character in that series is motivated by love. I don't think that any character is motivated by hate. I think it's all love, including and especially Homura. Everything that Homura does is out of love. And there's not a speck of malice, there's not a speck of hate. It is all love. Is it incredibly extreme? Is it perhaps misguided? Is it perhaps narrow-minded and inconsiderate love? Yes, but it is absolutely her love. Yeah,
definitely. They go over how it went from this adoration, this I want to be your friend. I want to be just like you. To I I I need you. I need you. I want you. No, if I can't have you, no one else can. The universe doesn't deserve that part of you. Only I love you that much. And it's so, oh my gosh. And the way that they show just the mental decline of Homura as she goes through these timelines and has to see the person that she's closest to perish over and over again. And you just see her, it just gets to her and her eyes just glow.
Yeah.
And she's like, I can't stop now, because if I do, what was it all for?
That for every
It's so awful.
For every timeline and day and iteration that I have suffered, if I stop now, I have only suffered. So I will persist so that I might finally have my victory and my happiness, no matter the cost. Because if I don't, then all I have had is failure, and I don't want that.
Yep. I think as well, when Kyubey is like, you know what? Madoka wasn't all that special. But the fact that you kept going back in time for her to try and rewrite her destiny, like, it's technically your fault that she is the way that she is. Just the way that absolutely destroys Homura. She's like, so it's all... And it's like there's nothing she can do. There's really and truly nothing that she can do to save the person that she so deeply cares for. And it's just, oh man. Now I gotta watch it again.
And then the reveal, I think it's episode 10 of, because it's the one where they really reveal Homura's backstory and everything. And then they don't play the OP at the beginning of the episode, they play it at the end. And then you realize that this song, these lyrics, everything that you've been listening to similar to the first 3 episodes, under the assumed lens of what you would expect of a Magical Girl series, they did not change a single word. But now, after those 23 minutes of what you have seen, you realize that the tone and the perspective of the lyrics are not what and who you thought they were. And suddenly it goes from, oh, this is my loving, hopeful Magical Girl series, to, oh, this is scary. This is menacing.
Yep. Speaking of tracks as well, in the Rebellion movie, they have a track in that film called, I think, "You Will Never Be Alone." I don't know if you know exactly the piece I'm talking about, but it plays during the flower scene. If you remember the flower scene, where they're laying in the field, those like bright blue flowers, and it's Homura and Madoka's braiding her hair, and she's like, I don't think I could ever leave you, best friend, and I would be so sad if I ever go. The score that they play during that scene, tears. It will bring grown men to tears. Beautifully done. It's orchestrated so well. Oh my god.
The score as a whole in that series is so good, and just especially when it comes to the witch scenes, that everything about the witches is so good. The visuals that they use, these scratchy is the only way I can really describe the visuals of the witches. That it is not clean. That it looks like it's messy, hand drawn by a child. And that, whether it's pencil or some other inexact art, and that it is very twisted, but that the music matches that, and it sounds somewhere between a twisted music box or out-of-tune orchestra, and that it is appropriately unsettling. But then they also have these very beautiful pieces, but set against scenes where, much like the OP, in one context or assumed intent, sounds very beautiful and sweeping and lovely, and then perspective is something that the series uses very effectively.
Oh yes, and the cool thing about the style they use for the labyrinths, for the witches, it's actually inspired by Russian and Czech early animation. It's really heavily influenced by that, and it's just so cool. It's like frame by frame, like somebody paper crafted some of these scenes. And I love too with the witches how it's like the style they're in, or what they're doing, or what their little mimics are, what their little guys are. It all has to do with the life of the magical girl that witch was. I just, it's incredible. It's so. I just love how they. I love this show.
Jody and Chaz, like, you all are getting me said you should absolutely watch this series. And what's great about it
Yes,
is it's very short
100%.
because it's
Mhm.
12 23-minute episodes and 1 2.5-hour movie. You do not need to watch the first 2 films. They are just compilations. You could just watch all 3 films. I think it's best to just watch the proper 12 episodes because there's a couple things they cut for time in the compilation films. But, even that, it's not that much.
So interesting. Actually, I'm not sure if you had ever noticed this, but the difference between the main show, when they go on the rooftop, the school rooftop, they don't have a fence, I don't think. Or they have a very simple fence. When you get the DVD, they updated the fence. It's a little fancier now. When you get the Blu-ray, they have once again changed the fences around the top. That was the funniest thing ever. I noticed because I'm
That's so
watching them and I'm like, why did they? It's gotta just be a stylistic choice, but
Because it's
damn.
it's not too uncommon for Blu-ray releases of anime to have slightly updated and stepped up visuals, and it's not always in the form of a fence, but a lot of anime production, without getting into it too deeply, is usually delivered very close to broadcast. This is not something that they've had finished and done for months and are waiting for release, that they are working up till deadlines. And that sometimes folks for the DVD release be like, okay, let's go back and we took some, not necessarily shortcuts, but in time practicality, we made certain decisions and we don't think it was wrong, but now that we have a little bit more time before the Blu-ray release, we want to go back and, just touch up a couple things. And, okay, I can see that being, let's make the fence look a bit nicer. But then to change it a second time, that's interesting. That's not as common.
It's very funny. There's gotta be a comparison for it. Oh my gosh. The fences.
Madoka
Yep.
fences.
Here it is. I found it. Oh my, yeah, it goes from like a regular chain link fence to like a fancier kind of like crisscrossy
Oh yeah,
fence.
and then the third one is almost like,
cathedral.
I was about to say,
Like
like chapel cathedral style fences.
Yeah, and the thing too about this show, the school is so interesting. It's like, it looks futuristic. It doesn't look like a normal like classroom. And then this outside, you see this giant fucking fence, and you're like, what time period is this?
Yeah. What
It's so funny.
what school board or what city government official approved this budget for this fence?
Right, it's just so odd. Also, so I guess the original broadcast is the simple one. The Blu-ray release is the second one, and then the film remake, that's when they redid the fence.
Okay, that makes sense.
What was their deal
Yeah.
with the fences?
We're doing the movie. We've got more budget. Where are we going to put it? The fence.
Yeah, right. We have a little extra money left over again. What do you want to do? Make the fence nicer. Yeah, all right, buddy.
Not the witches. Like maybe the cityscape. The fence. Make it the fence.
Mm-hmm.
Sure thing, boss.
A hidden message. Yeah, right. A hidden message, perhaps. I wouldn't be surprised if there is hidden meanings and little Easter eggs you can find throughout the show. I've watched it probably 14 times, beginning to end. I still notice stuff in that show.
I'm going to have to rewatch it because it's been probably 7 or 8 years. I think the last time I watched it all the way through was over the course of a weekend. I watched the 12 episodes and then saw Rebellion for the first time with a friend. And I don't think I've seen it in its entirety since. That was like a year or so after Rebellion's release. It wasn't too long after.
It's a yearly watch for me. I watch it every.
Do you have a specific time of year that you watch it, or is it just, okay, I want to make sure sometime this year I watch it?
Not necessarily. Sometimes it's just like, it's like a feeling. You feel it in your heart. You're like, it's time. Other times,
it's Monica season.
Yeah, right? But other times, sometimes people be like, hey, so you talked about this one show. I might consider watching it. I mean, do you recommend it? And I'm like,
I will sit you down. Now is the time.
that's exactly. I'm like, have a seat. I'll pop some popcorn. I got them all on disc.
Have you done your 2025 watch?
Yep. I watched it with a friend. I introduced another person to Madoka Magica. I think I have suggested like 11 people watch it, and I watch it with them every time.
And how many of them know the twist going in? Because I feel like it's one of the most known twists in anime at this point in time, but it's still entirely possible that you could get someone who... I think it's less known now than it was 5 years ago, just because time progression.
Yeah. I could definitely see that. So in this most recent watch, this recent friend that was interested, they had absolutely no idea going in.
Oh,
and I'm
yes.
that is the optimal way to watch the series. When you don't know, that's how I went in. And I'm like, peak. It's so good.
And there is that that twisted fun of getting to glance over and watch as you know the end of episode 3 is coming and getting to see their reaction. That's on my short list of, okay, I love it when I get to show someone Madoka who hasn't seen it. I love it if someone hasn't seen Ouran High School Host Club and I get to see them have the light bulb. It's one of those things, yeah.
Yep, so we watched the series and then watched the movie, and like it gets to the credits. And this friend looks at me and was like, I have questions. And I'm like, congratulations, I have a PowerPoint with answers. Like, I know what I'm about.
Beautiful.
It's so fun. I love it. I love it so much. I've told my chat, I'm like, we'll watch it in Discord today, but I want you guys to like book yourselves as busy for that day. Because we're gonna watch it all, and then we're gonna discuss. We're gonna have a little book club moment. I'll go live after the fact, and I'll be like, all right, any questions, guys? What are your burning questions? I have answers. But yeah, oh gosh, how long have we spent talking about this show? I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't apologize. I brought it up. I knew this was going to happen. This was intended. Congratulations, Nemu. It's a talk show, and we got you talking.
Oh my gosh. I feel so bad, because this isn't just with you. It's anytime it comes up.
No, this is by design. This is what I want as the host. This is it. I'm very happy with this conversation. Don't worry.
Oh my god. Oh man. It's like lighting up. My eyes are like lighting up. I'm like, Madoka Magical Munchkin! Oh boy! Right? I've been yapping, brosif. Oh my gosh. I didn't even bring the PowerPoint.
Well, that, from the sound of it, the PowerPoint would be an entire stream unto itself.
Oh yeah, it's like 35 slides.
When did you make this PowerPoint?
I was bored after work one day and I put it together.
But was this a couple years ago? Was this more recent?
So this was probably about 6 years ago. So if anything, I'm probably going to remake it and update it.
Might need to update it.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. Some of it's pretty disjointed. I think I'll make an outline this time so that it's easy to like follow with. Because this, at current, it goes over some basics, and then it goes really in depth in one thing, and then it's like, okay, but let's go to this other thing now, and let's discuss this part. And what's the symbolism in the chairs? What are the chairs about?
There's meaning in the chairs? Yes, apparently.
Yeah, there is. There actually is.
I feel like that's something in the lead up to Walbreaker's Knock Rising to do that remake of the PowerPoint, and then, you know, you have a stream for that a week or two before the movie, and then you have another stream like the day you see the movie, like right after.
That would be so cool. I can't wait to have my chat sit through another like 40 slide PowerPoint, because this is not the first time that I have done this to them.
What were the other times then?
Oh gosh, I made an entire PowerPoint about what eat-a bags are, eat-a bag culture, how to make one, get them. I mean, that one wasn't nearly as long. I kept it pretty condensed to only 10 slides, but I went over what it is, the basics, the different types, what do they all look like, what eat-a bags look like specifically in the US, and then what they look like around the world, and then where you can buy them, stuff you can put in them, and then other forms of showing your love for like your oshi, or like oshikatsu is basically what it's called.
Yeah.
Where like you'll dedicate something to a character or an idol that you really love. So like there's Itasha cars where you can get a wrap with the design of your favorite character.
Mm-hmm.
There's decorating your bicycle, because you can decorate a bicycle. There's actually someone on Twitter I follow. I believe they put their Hololive Oshi on one of the parts of their plane.
Oh yes, I've seen pictures of that.
It's so cool. I love that. I think it's so neat. I also do delve into how, ita bagging or oshikatsu style showing off of something you enjoy isn't exclusive to anime or idol culture or even music culture. I went to explain, the dad that's really into football and has an entire basement, like man
caves and sports fans, oshikatsu.
That's oshikatsu.
Sports nerds are just like anime nerds, and I think that more people on both sides of the equation need to acknowledge that. That, the sports fan who can rattle off the stats of their favorite player or favorite team from 5, 10, 15 seasons back, or, what was their record that year? Rouse off. I know the exact record. It was 7-3
15 points in 98, and you're like, how do you know?
That is absolute fandom nerdery oshikatsu in its own way. Sports nerds are just nerds of a different stripe, and yeah.
I was explaining too, like the grandma that collects precious moments. The precious moments ceramic dolls are her oshikatsu good.
Mm-hmm. As begrudging as it is, like a lot of people are currently oshikatsuing, what are they called? Labubu or
Yep. Lububus, yep.
It's like
Yep. You're getting cases for it, you're hanging them, you're collecting them, like on your bag, you're getting clothes for them. That is oshikatsu.
Do you remember what the first character you ever oshikatsu'd was?
I'm pretty sure the closest, and I mean in just the most broad sense of oshikatsu, it was probably Dante from Devil May Cry. Because before there was ita bags, in the sense that we know them today, it stemmed from visual kaifan, it's a type of music where they would clip out pictures of the favorite bands that they like, or the favorite singer or guitarist they liked, and they would glue them to a bag. They would glue them to a fan. And it would be like literally just pieces of paper glued to a bag.
Not quite scrapbooking, but that.
It has some
sort of,
similarities. Mm-hmm. And so I had that with my school binder. I had an ita binder of Dante from Devil May Cry.
Binder. If ita binders aren't a thing today, they need to be.
Technically, as long as the binder has that clear cover on it,
you can. I remember having those.
Paper and,
yeah.
You can. Nothing is stopping you from making an ita binder of your favorite character today. You can do that. Use your free will.
And what was the first character you made an eat a bag of?
The first one I made an eat a bag was definitely Monica. I started off with a canvas eat a bag, and I had slowly accumulated, just mismatching little pieces of merch here and there. Before I was really big into the secondhand, like pre-owned Japan market, I was just getting stuff where I could in the US, and it was very difficult. Especially with Madoka Magica, the fandom is crazy. They will drop something and it will sell out 10 minutes later. So it's
Sounds
very
right.
difficult. Even still, yep. Even without any content for many, many years, they have had several collaborations with different stores. They had a Don Quixote collaboration where they were all in like gothic Lolita outfits, and it was so cute. Oh, it was adorable. They had one where it was like a summertime theme. They had one, I believe, with an observatory where each of them, they had little acrylic stands of them sitting on planet.
Ooh.
And it was so cute. Those are really hard to come by, though. They're like $80 for an acrylic stand.
Oh, geez.
An aftermarket. Yep. There is simultaneously never a shortage new merchandise, but there is a shortage in the sense that you can't get it ever.
Yeah, there's never a shortage of new merch being made. There is a shortage of every piece of merch being made.
Yes, precisely.
It is fascinating, though, how they've been able to keep the series persistent with merch, that even though it has been, 8 years, however many years since the Rebellion film, that they had the spin-off anime, which did okay. They've had 2 mobile games, which did okay. But
The most
without
recent
having...
one just got to Steam.
Yeah, that's right. But that they have had, even amidst all that, every year or so, a couple of different collabs, that it has remained a very active brand, I suppose, and that it has definitely retained public consciousness. If anything, it's sort of a wonder that it took them this long to actually get to the 4th movie, and that I don't know if we'll ever get it, but I'd love to hear the story of the production history. That was it something that Urobuchi was having difficulty getting the script to where he wanted it to be? I can't imagine that it was ever a funding or a studio interest issue. If anything, I could almost imagine it being... There's a couple of series that my quote-unquote conspiracy theory of why have we not had this obvious remake is because studios might be saying, we know we can remake this at any time and it will do well for us. So let's keep it in our back pocket for a rainy day of, okay, we had 2 shows that did not do well. We need to make sure the next one's a hit. In case of emergency, break glass, make new Madoka.
You know what's so funny, though, on the topic of Madoka Magica's branding and how it has stayed relevant, even though there is, like, pretty severe gaps between content? Pachinko machine.
Oh, God,
there has been
Pachinko
several series of pachinko machines, so much so that there is outdated models that you can buy now. You can buy your very own, I guess, old version of Madoka pachinko machine.
Somewhere a Metal Gear Solid fan just screamed.
Don't worry, Devil May Cry fans also know about the pachinko machine fiasco. Oh my gosh, everybody has been victimized by a pachinko machine, whether they know it or not.
Big announcement incoming. It's a pachinko collab.
And you're like, incredible. This is not what I wanted.
How dare you? Why would you do it? This could have been an email.
Right. And then, you know what's so funny? There was a Devil May Cry 4 pachinko machine that had better graphics than the game did.
Oh my god.
Oh man. I need to talk. I just need to talk with someone. It was insane. And yeah, Metal Gear Solid, they've gone through that. I think Madoka Magica has had probably 4, if not more, pachinko machines.
Because I knew that there was like at least 2. I didn't know it was that many, but I'm also not surprised.
Well, they had one for the base show. They had one for Rebellion. I'm fairly positive they had one even for Magia Record.
Yeah, I was going to say probably one for Magia Record.
I've seen screenshots around, different pachinko parlors in Japan where they have both Marika and Iro, I believe her name is, advertised on the banners, and I'm like, oh my god, they're still doing this! Maybe that's what they were waiting until they made enough money on the pachinko machines to make the fourth movie.
I guess, and inevitably there will be the fourth movie, Pachinko Machines. It's just a question of, do they release them alongside the film or wait a year or two afterwards? But that feels inevitable.
And yeah, right. There is nothing is guaranteed in this world except for taxes and a pachinko machine of your favorite franchise.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even, I'm thinking about the fourth movie. I'm just trying to picture all of the merch they're going to drop, all of the collabs that are going to happen, all of
I'm
the
expecting
pop-up
full media
stores
blitz. People have been waiting for
cafes.
this.
Yes. I'm going to be definitely, whatever theaters are showing, I'm going to go it.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to be going, if I can make it opening night, because you also know this is absolutely one that if you can't see it opening night, make use of muted word and tags on social media, because inevitably there's going to be twists and things, and inevitably people will post it. Yeah. But,
people will take a picture of the theater screen and be like, oh my gosh, major character death? No spoilers. And I'd be like, wait.
Could you not wait 12 hours?
Right? We really have to hold ourselves to the don't say anything for 2 weeks. Wait till it's out of the theaters. For Christ's sake. Like, give us a moment.
Yeah. But that's going to be fun just because they're going to put it in theaters. That one of the really cool things of the past 5-6 years in particular, and that even, prior to 2020, you would usually get anime films in theaters for 2 nights. It would usually be like one night's the dub, one night's the sub. And they'd be special limited engagements, but you'd get them for the major shonen films and maybe 1 or 2 others a year if, a new Mamoru Hosoda film or a new Ghibli film when they come out. But nowadays...
Ghibli, anniversary ones? Yeah.
But nowadays, we're actually getting proper runs where they're going to be in theaters, not just one showing on 2 nights, but that they will have 3, 4, 5 showings a day for 2-ish weeks. And it's not going to be the full, multi-month theatrical run that some things are going to have, but it's exponentially more than it used to be. It's not just, all right, you get 2, maybe 4 screenings in your local theater if you're lucky, but they're going to be around for at least a week or 2. And especially, I have to imagine those opening nights, those first showings are going to be very packed in, that it's going to be very emotional. And I don't go to theaters too often nowadays, but when I do, I want it to be something where it's either like I'm seeing opening night or I'm seeing it on a Sunday morning when there's nobody else in the theater. I don't want them like the half full theater. Give me entirely full or entirely empty.
Last time I had experienced like a full, like jam-packed like theater was back when the Barbie movie came out. And I'm gonna be honest, there's something so special about watching a movie with people that are all feeling what you're feeling. Because when I tell you, I've never in my life have I experienced a theater's worth of people filled with like women and like their daughters or their sisters or their mothers, and they were all like, everybody felt so close. It was like, wow, it was such a powerful feeling to just have people that were like all thinking the same thing. Like, it was so beautiful. I love that movie for that. Yeah, that was such a magical experience. I want that experience too with this new Madoka movie, except it's probably going to be
very different emotions. It's going to be not a dry eye in the house. There's going to be some moment, I don't know when, but I'm assuming there will be at least one moment where the theater just goes, that I'm expecting a unified gasp once, if not twice.
Yeah. If I don't hear the person behind me crying, is it really a Madoka Magica theater
did it really hit if there's not at least one person sobbing?
Yeah. And that'll be me. I'll be crying in my popcorn, and then I'll be eating it, and I'll be crying more, and eating more. Oh gosh.
Now I'm wondering if there'll be theaters that will show the compilation films. Like, is it? I know they've done it
Oh,
for some like superhero movies.
that'd be cool.
That they, if it's like the third in a series, that they'll show starting at noon. You know, first movie, second movie's at 3 p.m. and then they have the
Mhm.
new one start at 6, 7 p.m. Whatever. Would they do
That would be
that
cool.
for the Modica films? Because there aren't many, and especially in anime films, because usually, you know, if it's a shonen series, they're going to be separate. They're one-off stories. But
hmm
if there was ever an anime film that would justify that sort of multi-film screening, Modica would be it.
Oh yeah, 100%. I know that they actually have done like theater re-releases for movies in Japan. I
Yeah.
can't say I've seen them in the US though.
Yeah, because I
That
don't.
would be so cool.
Yeah,
Uh,
and I wouldn't
love
expect them to
that.
do it just, you know, as random re-releases. You mentioned Ghibli films that they'll usually do, all right, anniversary, that they'll rerun it for a day or a week.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that they haven't done that for Modica in the US. I'm also not surprised they have done it in Japan. But I think that for the fourth movie in particular, that they might in the US. I'd hope so. But,
Right.
you know, there's also
Crossing
so
our
many
fingers.
complexities of, you know, rights and screenings and
Yeah.
whatnot. But
You
it's
know
one that I
what?
say is
You
not
know,
impossible.
you know what I'm wondering? You know how recently there's been a really big uptick in like exclusive popcorn buckets for different
Oh,
movies? I wonder if they
I
would.
don't think
Oh,
they
that'd
would in
be
the US. I
so
could see it in
cool.
Japan. I don't think for the number of
Man.
units that you have to make for something like that,
hmm
I'm not sure if it's enough for like actual critical mass of that type of product in the US. I could absolutely see it for
Yeah.
Japan though.
Oh man, that's just another thing I'm gonna have to order
Buy
from
secondhand.
Japan. Yes. Oh gosh. Because they still have, I will still find when the Rebellion movie came out, I will find every once in a while the paper, like foldable, like little popcorn things and the drink holder. I can still find those on secondhand. And
Ooh.
every time I see them, I'm like, I should get it. I should get it. That's really cool.
Because they usually have like
And I haven't
art
got it yet.
cards if you go to anime screenings in the US, and I wouldn't be surprised if they had something like that of either
That would be very
a-
cool.
you know, some type of freebie little thing for it. But
Mm-hmm.
popcorn buckets are so much more because
it's
you know, they have
so
to be
much
produced, shipped, and then also they're sold as opposed to given away. But
bigger. Yeah.
again, you never know, and of all the series that could justify it, Monica's one that definitely could.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I remember when the most recent Scream movie came out. I really like Scream. So I got the popcorn bucket that's like shaped like Ghostface's head.
Mm.
And you like open it and put the popcorn inside, and then they had these little drink cups that are shaped like little ghost faces. And they're so cute. They're like little blocky looking guys. Oh, they look almost like a Funko Pop. And you could fill them with drinks, and I'm like, that's so cute.
I know they
It's
had
adorable.
that for Sonic 3. Pretty sure they
Yeah.
had it for Minecraft, and then there was, of course, the infamous Dune popcorn bucket.
Oh, not the Dune one. I forgot about that. I wonder where they all are now. Hopefully they're clean.
I wonder how those are doing on the secondhand market.
Oh man, I don't want to think about it. Wait, wasn't there a second Dune movie?
Yeah,
Yeah, was that the one with the popcorn bucket, or was
I
that the
think
first
it was the
one?
second one. I could be wrong, though. I
Dang, I
never
was
saw
gonna
either.
say, what did the first one? Did the first one even have one? What would it
I
look like?
Don't think so.
Okay, yeah. To be fair, that's fairly recent, so that's understandable. 3 is coming up. There's a third Dune. How many Dunes are there? I didn't know there was that many. I
And
know
then
it's based
just,
off.
are they going to do the popcorn bucket again, knowing what it was last time? I feel like they kind of have to, because now it's just a
Right?
meme that, if
It's
anything,
like
if they don't do it,
infamous.
people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "What is this normal popcorn bucket? Give me the sus one. Give me the
Yeah,
weird
just-
one.
Give me the worm.
Give me the worm." There's 5 books? Whew. Holy cow. You know what? They also just announced the new Avatar.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yeah. The Blue People Avatar, the third one's coming out in much less time than it took for 1 to 2, at least.
Which is really weird, right? Because those took forever to come out.
I never actually saw the second one. I saw the first. It was fine. My hot take on the first Avatar film is I think it's mid. I think it's good. I think it's absolutely worth seeing. I think that the visual spectacle is incredible. I think that it is I think it is a greater technological and visual feat than storytelling feat.
Yes, the story is incredibly, like, you know what you're getting
fine.
Pretty much when you come in.
There's nothing wrong
visually
with it.
is where it really, it's just visually is where it stands out.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I don't know if you remember this, but when the first one came out, there was people like in tears, like this is the most masterful, like beautiful piece of art I've ever seen. And there was actually an issue with people like, I need to die so I can be reincarnated into the movie. It was insane. I don't know if anybody else remembers that. Yeah, it's a little weird blip in Avatar movie, like, history. There was people that are like, I have to be reborn as the Avatar people. Like, what?
I remember I saw because it came out over the holidays that I saw Avatar, and I think it was the first Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes film in the same day. And I like Sherlock Holmes better.
Yeah, that's fair.
Second, Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes one, not so much. I thought that was a complete waste of Moriarty as a character, but that's an entirely different conversation.
So funny, though. And you know what's weird, too? So, have you ever been to Disney World?
Yes. Or
yes?
Land or World, I forget which. I've been to the Florida one.
Yeah, that's World. Have you been there since they added the Avatar area? They have a whole thing in Animal Kingdom. The one park with like the safari and stuff.
I don't remember because I remember the last time I went to Disney with my family was the 3rd week of February 2020.
Was it done by that time? Hold on.
It was right before everything shut down. It was like 2-3 weeks later, everything shut down. So we got unexpectedly lucky in terms of getting to, go out and go on a family vacation before we would not do that for a couple of years. I think there was
it opened in 2017, so you might have seen it.
Yeah, I think that because I have memories of like an Avatar ride. I don't remember if we spent much time. I don't know if we spent much time at the Animal Kingdom.
It doesn't have a lot in that park.
Yeah.
They're redoing a lot of it. But yeah, there's the whole area with Avatar, and I think they have 2 rides. They have the one that most famously has like the most complex animatronic, and that's the dark ride where you sit in like the boat in the water, and it's like you go through. I think that one's fine, I guess. I wouldn't wait 3 hours for it, but some people want to. And then there's the Flight of Passage, and that one's like the one where it feels like you're riding on the back of the Banshee.
I think that's the one. I think I went on that one.
So you rode the better of the 2, in my opinion. That it's pretty fun.
Yeah.
But, the lines can get so crazy. It can get so crazy. I saw people wait for 3 hours for those, and I'm like,
I would never wait 3 hours for a ride.
Yeah,
I don't care how good it is. That I do remember. We got to go on Star Wars Rise of the Rebellion.
That one's fine. I really like that one.
I thought that was really cool because that was an experience more than ride. Like that was a production. It was so cool just to see how they did it all. I love the immersion. I think that's really the future of amusement park attractions. Don't get me wrong. I want roller coasters to always be a thing. I love roller coasters, but
I love same. I love that.
But that's the evolution of the boat ride where back in the day, it's a small world type of thing, or the one where you like go through Dumbo or Peter Pan, just sort of through the scenery, but that Rise of the Resistance really had a plot to it, and that you went through different locales, and it was very immersive and well done. Fortunately, the ride had already been out for like a year and a half, 2 years at that point, so we had to do like the app thing and get assigned a time, but we went at our assigned time and waited all of 20 minutes in line, and we're through, and it was fine.
Yeah, well, they actually just got rid of that digital queue system with the Guardians of the Galaxy ride that they have, which that one's also very fun. I do really enjoy that ride. It's just really hard to justify the wait times. I mean,
Oh,
3
I thought the
hours
digital queue
in
was
Florida,
brilliant. I thought it was great. Why would they get rid of that?
right? I don't know. I also don't know why they didn't build in bathrooms throughout the queue. I've heard so many
gosh.
awful stories about
I hadn't even thought about
people
that
waiting
angle.
in. Yep, you're in 3-hour lines. You don't want to place. Some people are like, you know what? If I gotta go, I gotta go, and I'm not getting out of line. It's a whole mess, literally.
That poor janitorial staff. They did
Oh,
not sign
I
up for that.
know. They really didn't. But yeah, it's just and I mean they get rid of the digital cues and now if you're not there right in the morning, you are waiting for 3 hours. 100%. And if you're outside, heat stroke.
No.
It's Florida.
Like, there has to be some logic behind it of, you know, even though companies frequently do things that seem to be very dumb, there's usually some internal data or logic that, at the very least, if you are aware of it, you look at it and say, okay, I see where you're coming from. I see how you got to this decision. I'd be very curious to know whatever logic and data led to getting rid of the digital queue, because I thought it worked really well. That's something that I would frankly want for, like, put that on all the major rides. I want other amusement parks to have it. I thought it was very easy to navigate, but I guess there was something. I don't know what it was.
I think from what I've heard, the biggest issue is that in order to get into the digital queue, you have to wake up at like probably 6 a.m. and hope that you get a place, because if you don't, you just don't ride that ride. And so I think they're to the point where they're like, okay, it's been open for this amount of time. Most die-hard fans of Guardians of the Galaxy, or people that really have wanted to ride it, have probably already ridden it. The hype has died down. We can get rid of it. That's probably why.
What I would do is move the time that the digital queue opens to opening of the park or something. Okay, you don't have people that are going to be so eager that they're going to want to wake up at 6 a.m. anymore because it's been open. I understand that makes sense. But I think the system itself was still good enough of just, if this is something that will still have even just a 1 hour wait, if you can mitigate that and say, all right, you do that at 9, 10 a.m., you don't need to really change your schedule, but do this, and that way you know, and okay, maybe you know that you're not going to ride it that day, but then you're also not having to waste however many hours of your limited time in this very expensive theme park standing around for a single ride. At least you have your expectation and can use the rest of your day efficiently.
Yep. So this most recent time that I went, I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna go on the really popular ones. I'm gonna go on the tried and true older rides that have a 15-minute wait.
That's what I do.
You would be surprised. The amount of people that don't know how good Star Tours is.
Oh my god,
insane.
Star Tours is classic.
Thank you. I love Star Tours, and they've updated it to include, I think, Andor. One of the I don't watch the newer. I don't really watch newer Star Wars, but I know Andor's from the newer stuff. So yeah, they included a thing there. So it's like a random thing. You can get the old one, or you can get this new one. It's really cool.
You know, like I mentioned, we did the digital queue, so we had for Rise of the Resistance, but for anything else, basically, if it was more than a 45-minute wait, I didn't want to go on it. I want to explore other parts of the park. I want to go on more rides than, like, the massively popular ones. And fortunately, at that point, I don't think there was anything really crazy new. I think the most we waited was probably about an hour. But that's really my upper limit. And that the other big thing that I always love is single rider lines. I will run the single rider line all day long.
Yep, yep. The only ride that I will wait more than like 30 minutes for, realistically, is the dinosaur ride, which is also in Animal Kingdom, and it's not gonna be around for much longer.
Oh,
That's my favorite
right.
ride.
I forget. Have they said
They
what
already.
they're repurposing it into? Because they're not like. I think that's
Yep,
another one where they're sort of reskinning, rebuilding it. They're not demolishing the building.
yep. It's gonna be Indiana Jones. I
Okay,
don't care for Indiana Jones.
yeah,
It's just, I'm
yeah.
like, no, the last two Indiana Jones films have not done very well. So I'm like,
Well,
who made this executive decision?
so I haven't seen the most recent Indiana Jones Dial of Destiny. I heard it was fine, but I thought that the previous one, Indiana Jones 3, was great. I thought it was a good send-off. I don't have any complaints about the last two Indiana Jones movies because there wasn't anything between Indiana Jones 3, Last Crusade, and Dial of Destiny.
Yep. I don't know, because they already have a show in studios for Indiana Jones. The one where they have like the tricks and like the fire and the stunt doubles and stuff. And I
Okay,
mean,
that's
that's
kind of
cool.
neat.
I feel like that one fits. I don't know. I kind of don't want to ride. I really like dinosaurs. So Dinoland USA being in Disney, I was like, this feels cool. And the thing is, there's actually like the Imagineers like made lore. It's like to tie it into like what was happening, the infrastructure and everything, what the story was for the area, and nobody really got it. But I got it. I remember it. It's very important to me. They're also, with them getting rid of that whole area, they're probably gonna get rid of the drink booth that's by the dinosaur ride that sells the primordial booze. And that's the funniest name I have ever heard.
Oh my! They've got to at least put it, even if that particular booth goes, that they can start stocking and selling the primordial booze at some other stand. I would hope, because that you can't just get rid of that name. That's too good.
That's what I'm saying. And they had other good ones. Like they had one, it was like fossil. And I'm like,
Sorry, you cut out there. Fossil what?
Fossils. It's like a fossil fuel themed like drink or something. And I'm like, get it? Because they're fossils and dinosaurs. Yeah. It's just like so clever. There's so many little details in the area that I feel like just really, they fell on deaf ears. But I heard it. It's important to me.
And like from the business perspective, I can understand, all right, dinosaurs is not a brand and Indiana Jones is a brand, and they're going to want all of their big attractions to be branded and based on titles and not just dinosaurs as a concept, because there was never a movie for them called Dinosaurs. It was just the dinosaur attraction because dinosaurs are cool. But they don't have Jurassic Park. They don't have any major established IP revolving around dinosaurs. I think there was that one Pixar dinosaur film which didn't do particularly well and also was very cartoonish and not realistic, so it wouldn't work. So I can see, again, that business decision of how they got to why they would replace dinosaurs. And I guess, if they're probably trying to push Indiana Jones with the intent of it, having the next iteration, but nah.
I don't see the staying power. But also, that ride is based off of the, I think, 2001 Disney movie Dinosaurs.
Oh, you're right. I just completely forgot about that one.
Don't worry, most people have. And it's understandable. It was pretty revolutionary from a technical standpoint during its time, but it doesn't hold up now. And I could guarantee that if you were to show it to kids now, they would probably be like, okay, what is this? And it's like, you don't understand. You don't understand. Oh my gosh.
Growing up, did you have any favorite dinosaurs?
Growing up, probably the Brontosaurus. I liked how tall they were because I'm a short person, so I was like, wow, imagine being that tall. But currently, my favorite is probably the Carnotaurus. for a land dinosaur, and then for the seafaring dinosaur, I know they're not called dinosaurs, but they existed during the Cretaceous, is the Mosasaurus. I love the Mosasaurus. They're so cool. They're so awesome.
I had to look up the Carnotaurus. And I'm seeing that and it's like, oh, okay. I've seen, magic cards and also designs off of things like Jurassic Park and whatnot that have the sort of like almost eyebrow horns, for lack of a better term.
They're so cute. I feel like a big one on the internet right now that people are really giving a lot of love to is the Spinosaurus. Rightfully so. It's a very cool dinosaur. However, there's some people that are like, I like the Jurassic Park 3 version of the Spinosaurus, as opposed to the most recent discovered, more accurate version. And I'm like, what do you mean? The most recent accurate version shows how well they did underwater, which is terrifying. But also, I came to find out that the Tyrannosaurus was also a pretty good swimmer, and that's pretty scary in itself. Why did so many big dinosaurs know how to swim?
I hadn't even known about the Tyrannosaurus swimming stuff. That admittedly, I've not paid much attention to the paleontological community in the past 20 years.
It's okay.
But
it's okay.
Like now I'm thinking, it's like, well, we've seen, I imagine the way they show Godzilla swimming. I'm not sure how it works in terms of buoyancy, but I'm sure it worked. Humans can swim. Land creatures are capable of swimming.
Yeah, honestly, from what I have seen from the documentaries regarding the topic, it really does look like they just kind of doggy paddled. It's just really funny to picture, though, because they're so big and they got these little arms.
The tiny little arms.
Yep, and so, like, they lead with their nose, and they have their tail and their legs. And legs are powerful.
Yeah, tails are pretty big as well, so that's probably where they get the propulsion.
Yep. It's really funny. It's really funny seeing them. So you're like, oh, I didn't know you could do that. I wasn't privy to that.
Sure glad those things aren't around right now.
Oh, gosh. The Dinosaurus, the Mega Croc. Oh, I love crocodiles, too. Alligators and crocodiles are pretty sick.
Except for when they appear, talking about going to Disney in Florida and whatnot, unless you get the crocodiles and alligators just sort of, walking down the sidewalk, as they do sometimes in that area, or so I hear. I know it's not exactly a common thing, but it's a non-zero thing.
Right. Whenever I would go down to Florida, I'd be looking for them. I'm like, where's the swamp bees? Where'd they go? And I wasn't seeing them, and I was like, you guys are lying. They're not everywhere. And I saw one, the most recent, and I was like, yes, I saw one.
Spotted the rare Pokemon.
Cool. Yeah, that's what it felt like. I was like, oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, get the camera. I was so excited. And, oh gosh, there's something in my mind that's like, if I tell the alligator that I'm its friend.
Surely it will understand. I will connect with it like Toothless and How to Train Your Dragon will become best buddies.
Yeah, it'll catch my vibe. It'll catch my vibe and be like,
and
nah,
definitely
you're chill.
not
I'm
eat
not
me.
gonna bite you. Right. Watching the Crocodile Hunter growing up, it's something in me. I'm like, no, they'll know that I'm chill. I watch the Crocodile Hunter. Oh, that is so funny, though. There was a time when I was very young, I actually got to hold a crocodile. Or an alligator. It was an alligator. My bad. But, I think I was about 8 years old, and I got to hold like a 6 foot... No, not 6 foot, that's too long. 4 foot. It was 4 feet long. He was like a juvenile alligator. It's very, very...
Never held a crocodile. I remember at a zoo one time I held a very, very, very large snake. I was one of like 6 people holding it because it took that many people to hold it because it was that large.
Yep. Do you remember what kind of snake it was?
I cannot remember for the life of me. I just remember that the feeling of its scales was not what I expected. That it's a little bit cold because they're cold-blooded, but not like chilly. But
This is interesting.
like leathery is the closest way I can describe it. That when you think of what scaly would feel like, that the scales are so small and fine, you're not feeling the individual scales, but that it's skin-like in a way, but it is so distinctly not skin, and it's very difficult to describe. But it was very unique, and it's something that it's one of those sensations that you remember, but putting it into words is very difficult.
Yeah, it's certainly a texture.
Yeah.
I remember holding a ball python. I was considering getting one many years ago. And I met the most charismatic ball python in a pet store. And I think we were like, yeah, we vibe with each other.
What
And it was
makes
so
a snake
cool.
charismatic?
It was just like, okay, so I was holding the snake in my hand. And he kind of curls through my fingers, on my wrist a bit. And I'm like, oh, hey, little guy. And I kind of got him. I got him like probably 5 inches from my face. I'm like, what's going on, buddy? And he's like nuzzling my cheek, and I'm like, we're basically best friends. He was very charismatic. He wasn't scary. He wasn't hesitant. He warmed right up to me, and I was like, that's so cool. That's such a good feeling. When an animal approaches you and is like, you're safe, I like you, I'm like, yes.
Animals like me. Their dander doesn't.
Oh no, you allergic to like dog and cat fur and stuff?
Yep. Cats much more so than dogs, but still dogs to a non-zero amount. My family grew up with poodles and then later golden doodles. But I swear animals can absolutely tell who is allergic to them, because I'm not scared of dogs, even big dogs. Totally fine with big dogs. I wish I could pet them more. I want to pet them. I think they are wonderful. But it's always, oh, hey, buddy, yep, you're nuzzling right up against my leg. I can't pet you or I will be sneezing all day. I am so sorry. You're great. But of course, there's like 7 people around and you beeline to me.
Yep, they know. They know. Do you also, I know it's cats and dogs, mostly cats, but have you ever had an issue with bunnies?
Bunnies are the worst for me.
Really? That's awful.
It is because I love bunnies. They are so adorable. And the way that I discovered that I had an allergy was, it was the state fair. And we go into the bunny barn where it's, hundreds of little rabbits, and we're walking through and I'm having a good time. And as we're walking out, it's like, my throat's itchy. Like, there's an itch on the inside of my throat. I'm not having trouble breathing. It's fortunately not that severe, but it's just it's such a unique sensation of scratchings on the inside that I can't itch it. It is uncomfortable. I'm not having a great time, but, not breaking out into hives, not having trouble breathing. It's like, okay, fine, whatever, that's odd. Goes away an hour later. Okay, cool, we're fine. Next year we go to the state fair, walk through the bunny barn, walking out, my throat's itchy. Oh
no, yeah. I was never allergic to animals. However, more recently, I have found that cat hair can be very irritating to me. I actually recently got cat hair in my eye. I was visiting family, and I was like, "Oh, ouch! Okay, let me rinse it out real quick." 45 minutes, and my eye is bloodshot, and I was like, "What happened? I've never been allergic to cats before." I hate that so much.
For me, cats aren't so much. It's not like a breathing, scratchy throat. For them, it is just every sinus. It's going to be watery eyes, sneezing, runny nose, you name it, the works, just like a faucet, and it will last for a while. And dogs are about the same, but not to the same degree as cats. None of them are life-threatening, fortunately, but it's just it's a bad time.
Yeah, no, I was cleaning off one of my friend's cat towers. She was moving, and so I was cleaning it off, And because I was inadvertently kicking up all of that dander
all the
and all
dander.
that fur, my eyes were watering. I couldn't breathe through my freaking nose, my throat. You would have thought I was smoking 10 packs a day for the last 10 years. I was like,
Mm,
it was so bad. I was like, what happened? This has never happened to me before. She's like, oh, yeah, sometimes it's just like that. You want some allergy meds? And I'm like, please.
yes.
It was so bad. I had no idea. Never before, never when I was young. It's weird how allergies work like that.
Yeah. And, it's very unfortunate because I have a lot of friends who have cats. And I know, all right, I can't, go over to your place and hang out. Or if I do, I'm probably going to be wearing a mask the whole time. But still, the mask isn't covering the eyes. And if stuff gets in the eyes, as it is, because the dander's in the air, you don't necessarily need to pet them. That'll make it much worse, much quicker. But it's not exactly avoidable. And it sucks because, like I said, I love them. I think they're great. I have no fear of, cats or dogs, even very large ones. Not a problem. It's just their dander that does not like my body.
No, it's so sad because I love all my friends' cats. I see them, I'm like, little baby kitty, and give them little scritches, and I'm like snuggling them, holding them, and they're bumping their
scratching,
little head.
achoo.
Yep, and then the cats look at you. They're like, what was all that about? And you're like, I'm sorry, I promise, I don't mean. I love when cats look at you like they're like personally offended by a sneeze. It's so funny.
Need more hypoallergenic cats because there's a good amount of hypoallergenic dogs. That's the whole reason why there are so many poodle crossbreeds, because people are able to have them that have allergies.
You know what's really sad too? Actually, speaking of allergies, because like I know I can't have cats. That wouldn't be realistic. But I'm like, maybe a dog? All my favorite dogs are really fluffy. Like, I love Pomeranians. I think they're the freaking cutest.
And boy, do they shed.
They shed so much. I'm like, I just want a little pom-pom. They're so cute. Do you have any pets? Or are you like, you can't have any pets in your house?
I do not own any pets personally. That I live on my own. I have lived on my own for a while now. I grew up with a dog in the house basically at all times. At the longest that my family went without a dog while I was living at home growing up was 6 months. The dog that we had when I was in like high school passed a couple years back, and there was sort of the question of if my parents were going to get a new one, and I think they went 2 years or so, and then they decided to get a new one. So they now have another golden doodle, and I get pictures of it regularly, but I don't have one that lives with me.
Oh, that's nice. They send pictures, though. See, I'm the exact opposite. When I was growing up, we didn't have any animals except for fish. And then now that I moved out of my parents' house, they have 2 dogs now. I'm like, what the heck? They have their little corgis, and they're so cute. Love them to death. But man, one of them, not even both, just one of them, yaps. Oh, he's a yapper.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
When I was young, we had 2 miniature poodles, and they were yappers. They both lived very, very long lives, and after they passed, we got a singular golden doodle standard size, and they did not yap as much.
Actually, I had a family member that had beagles. They had 4 beagles.
Ooh.
Those beagles, they're so loud.
Yep.
They're so...
Yep.
No, they howl like...
Oh, the...
Ooh. Yep. So just 4, that times 4.
Oh no.
It was a lot. They were cute, but my gosh. If someone would drive past the front of their house, it was immediately, like all of them at the same time, and I'm like, gosh. chill. Chill. There's no need for yelling.
I get, okay, yes, I understand that you are trying to guard us. You see the intruder and you are alerting us. Please stop.
Right. Please stop. Yeah, we're good. We're safe. It's okay.
We had fish as well. They were just simple ones in a tank. They didn't need any special care, and most of them lived to a fine age for whatever basic type of fish we had, except for the one that my mom accidentally boiled.
No, how did that happen?
She had made dinner, and after making dinner, she cleaned the fish tank, and, you put the water into a separate container while you're cleaning the tank, and it wasn't that she put it, like, in a pot or anything. She put it in, a normal separate container, and the fish tank happens to be in the kitchen. And so she turns and she places the container on the stove, not realizing it was still warm from making dinner less than an hour ago. So she turns back some 10, 15 minutes later after cleaning the tank, and she goes to pick up the container and realizes, it's not boiling, but it's warm. Much warmer than it should be. And the fish is already gone.
Oh, that's awful.
Fortunately, like I said, the relationship we had with our fish was very... they were more environmental pets than anything. That, like I said, they were very simple, cheap. We cared for them. We fed them. It's not like we wanted them to die or anything, but you certainly don't have the same relationship with a fish as you're going to have a cat or dog. You just aren't able to have the same types of interactions.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I remember one of the fish I had growing up, I caught it in a pond near my house, and I brought it home in a cup. And we got a little bowl for it, and it started getting really big, really fast.
Uh-oh.
Turns out I caught a baby catfish, and it was just in our house, just growing in its bowl, and I was like, how big is he gonna get?
Because those things can get to be more than a foot. They can get quite large.
Yep, they're big fat fish. And so, my parents are like, I think we gotta let him go back in the pond, and I was like, no, my fish! But yeah, we let him go. We had a little ceremony for his going away, because when I got him, he was no more than 2 inches in length. By the time we let him go, he was about 5 inches in length.
Yeah, I almost wonder at that point, is he going to be one of the biggest fish out there? That how well did catfish survive in the wild in that area, and were they, normal size, healthy, in better health and worse health because they weren't out in the wild? I'm guessing you have no way of knowing, but that's just sort of where my mind goes.
Now that you're saying that, I feel like maybe I might have completely destroyed the ecosystem of that pond by releasing that big catfish.
You released the alpha catfish.
Right? Legend says he's still wandering around that pond.
It is starting to get a little bit late. We've been at this now for, oh my goodness, 4 hours.
Oh my gosh. Well, yeah, good topics. I had fun talking.
Yes,
fun
this has
yapping.
been so much fun. And I have just a couple last questions that I asked all my guests. The first is, do you have any goals for the rest of the year? So here we are, almost halfway through August already, but there's still a couple months left in the year to do some things. So is there anything you're hoping to accomplish before the end of 2025? It could be a stream, a project, anything at all, really. Is there anything you're hoping to do before we hit 2026?
Really cool. And I hate to have a number-oriented goal, but I think it would be super cool to hit 75K on YouTube. We're almost at 60 right now. I feel like that's a doable goal. I would love to do that. And oh man, what else do I want to do? I don't know about this year, but maybe further in the future, I'd love to have a Nemu plushie.
Ooh.
I love plushie. The Nemu plushie would be so cute.
Plushies are definitely more possible than they used to be, and that there's a lot of different companies that will do that, whether it's all right, you have to get 200 pre-orders or whatnot versus custom made order, things like that. But I think that's very reasonable, very realistic.
Oh yeah. I'd also like to guest at a convention. I've always wondered what it's like to guest at a convention. But that is probably for next year. But this year's flown by so fast. And I have accomplished quite a lot of goals, so honestly, I'm happy to save some for the future years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not asking what is a VTuber or what does it take to be a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. Different people interact with the medium of being a VTuber differently. Some people have a very close personal relationship with their model. Others see it as more of a tool for content creation, and they love it as a tool, and they think they are able to be very creative with it, but don't necessarily have the emotional resonance with it. And there's many things in between and beyond that. But for you, Nemu, GentleGF, what does being a VTuber mean to you?
It's a good question. I think, and we sort of talked about using characters as a means to better yourself. In the same way that I look up to Madoka and find her kindness to be her strength, I think Nemu is a version of me that I would love to be most of the time. She's very kind, she's very helpful, she loves the planet, she loves animals, she loves the people around her, and she loves community, she loves music, she loves so many things. I think there's just a lot of love in Nemu's heart. And I think that, at the end of the day, if I could wake up and be as kind and sweet and helpful as Nemu, that would be super cool.
I always ask that question at the end of the show because while I never know what people will say, the answers always make sense. And that, like you were saying, it usually begins with, well, we mentioned it earlier in the show because, yes, indeed, people have consistency. And that it can be things related to their interests or their hobbies or their content. And that I very frequently find that here at the end of the show, the other reason I ask it at the end is because it ends up bringing things full circle. Because I don't need to script it. But like I said, people are consistent in their interests and what they do. And that even just from a couple of hours, that it does come back to those core concepts of your enjoyment of characters, your want to be able to, spread joy and love, and that you're wanting to improve yourself, and that it always makes sense. And it is so cool to see all the things that you have done. That I've been aware of your content for a very long time. One of the things I'm very fortunate about is that there's always more VTubers to talk to than I will ever have the opportunity to actually talk to. And I do not have a particular method or logic to how and when I invite guests. But it was, as I sort of go through things and like, oh, why haven't I invited Nemu on? I should invite her. And I was very happy. You responded very quickly to my message. That sometimes, people, things get lost in inboxes as happens, or caught in spam filters. I think you responded same hour to my message.
Not ordinary, especially for Twitter DMs. I usually check those maybe once a blue moon.
Oh, I guess I just got really lucky then.
Yeah, no, I just happened to be on, and I my messages to find something, and that's when I saw the message request, and I was like, oh yeah, I could check that right now. And it was you, and I was like, oh, it was a pleasant surprise, honestly, because most of the ones I get are like the bots.
Yeah, oh gosh, I always check the messages folder twice a week just to be safe, and it's like, okay, yep, well, delete, report spam. I don't, just out of principle, I always report the bots. I know that for every bot that gets swatted, a dozen more take their place. It is just the Hydra at this point. But yeah, so I'm very glad that circumstance lined up there, because this has been so much fun.
I've really been pushing myself to, I guess, get out there in a sense and talk to more people and try some new stuff. And I mean, these last 2 weeks have been full of it. I did the collabs. I'm here with you.
You have another
have-
collab later this week.
I do, and it's a special one as well. I'm doing so many things, and I'm like, huh, and it's all working out. It's all working out.
It's all coming up,
that never
Nemu.
happens. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. But thank you so much for the invite. I really do appreciate you taking time to really and truly just yap with me for 4 hours.
Oh no, pleasure is all mine. This is what I love. And when Walpurgis Nacht Rising comes out, we're gonna have to chat and just swap stories of what was the theater that we were in like and our reactions, because that's gonna be a fun one.
Come back, part 2. Madoka Magic could talk, part 2.
I actually have one last question, and that's who would you like us to raid?
Oh my goodness, who would?
A difficult question, probably the most difficult question I've asked all night. While she's looking at that, I'm going to go through a couple quick things. Thank you so much to everyone who's been in here from, if you were here when the stream first started or got raided in. Thank you so much. Thank you for the follows. Some Conch, Sturdy Okami, Cluey12, Ingenious Ghost, 215647 Retro, Valonia Nightingale, Quas 00, Jody G198, Inept Trigger, Proper Nobody. Thank you so much for the follows, and thank you to Monday's Child and Wolfborg for the raids that got you little thanks in the chat as they happened, but didn't want to interrupt the flow of conversation. So again, thank you to everyone who's spent any amount of time here. I hope you've enjoyed this. If for some absurd reason you are not following Nemu yet, please do correct that. I've given her a shout out here in the chat. Her links are down in the channel panels if you're on Twitch, and if you're on YouTube, it'll be in the video description. I can say that it's up now, because that's exciting. And thanks to the couple folks that have been chatting in there as well. And if you enjoyed this, you can follow me here on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. It's just VTuber Talk all places. I can't offer you any consistency because I do try to schedule around the guests, but while I have not done nearly as many shows this year as I've hoped, it's only been 1 to 2 a month, I'm hoping to have a much more active latter half of the year, so stay tuned.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my goodness, Brosif. Yeah, I hope my mod follows me too. That'd be super
I sure
cool.
hope so. I think you should. I think she's worth your while. There might be something there.
Right? Oh my goodness.
Well, we do have a raid target, and well, we share a name. So Jay Vtuber, not me, Jay, but a different Jay. You're doing
Oh gosh, I didn't even
ASMR
know.
Deltarune tomorrow? How does that work? So are they doing like a read through of Deltarune ASMR style, or I'm very curious
I
now.
think they're doing ASMR and they're chatting, and I believe they're playing Deltarune tomorrow. Like, actually, they're playing it
Oh,
tomorrow.
okay. It's not just the meme of Deltarune tomorrow. It's actually Deltarune tomorrow.
I think.
Well,
I think so. I don't know.
If I had a Deltarune stream scheduled for the next day, I too would put that in my stream title.
It's very funny. I haven't played Deltarune. I didn't know that was a meme.
So the meme for that, I have not finished chapter 4 because I've been playing it with a friend. But basically, there was a fan account that would just post Deltarune tomorrow every day in anticipation of the next chapters being announced. And it became a thing over the couple of years between chapters that Deltarune tomorrow. And then when it finally got announced and it was the day before the release, it was finally Deltarune tomorrow.
It's so funny.
If you say it enough,
I love
it will
that.
eventually be true.
Right? Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny. Madoka Magica, fourth
Madoka
movie,
Magica
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Yep.
Walpurgis Nacht tomorrow. Oh my gosh! But thank you. Yes, thank you so much again for the invite. I'm so happy that I could yip yap and doop 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 around the stream. That was
In a
so
minute,
nice.
I also just realized I know that you I don't know how to raid on YouTube. So my apologies to anybody watching on YouTube. I'm going to figure that out later. I don't want to have to navigate that here live. That's my bad. I will figure it out for next time. But for those on Twitch, we are going to raid into Jay. And thank you again, Nemu. This has been so much fun. So everybody who's tuned in, again, thank you so much. Let Jay know that Nemu sent you all. I don't have any emotes of my own, so please use hers or just some of the global ones. Who sent us? Let's go with that. Yeah. There we go. Again, thank you all so much. You have a great rest of your day. Nemu, again, I appreciate you so much. Thank you as well. And I will see you all next time, everyone. Bye-bye.